Hello, 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 everybody. Bump down the sound of this a little bit. Okay, that's better. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a day. Happy Thanksgiving to my fellow Americans. Crossroads of Fate, hello, hello. I know what you're here for. We have some pretty awesome news to share. It is a work in progress. That's what I have been reminded, but I'm going to tell you, this is already exceptional and everything that I had hoped for and more. Here are some of our work in progress emotes for the channel, done by the lovely Crossroads of Fate. Let's give a big shout out. We'll show this off later in the stream too. But they look so good. It looks so good. We'll show this off because some people filter in later. But yeah, this is amazing. I love it. Riley looks so cute. I just these are so perfect. Thank you so much, Crossroads. I cannot wait to see what they look like when they're done. They're gonna be so colorful and pretty. Yeah, I could look at them all day. I could look. They're so good. They're gonna be so awesome too in Discord and everything. I love them. I absolutely love them. Boom. VIP. You are a very important Photoshopper. That's what it stands for. Thank you. Unless you use Illustrator, I don't know. But no, this is absolutely wonderful. Or you use GIMP. You might be a GIMPer. Do you think that the people who work at GIMP, when they go to official like conferences to show off their software, do you think that they give them special suits to wear? And do you think that they call them GIMP suits? Now I need to know. No, these look so good, and I can't wait to see them when they're finished, and see the other ones too. So again, no rush. You know, just take, especially today. It's Thanksgiving. You know, enjoy it. I think you're a North American, so enjoy it, and have a nice weekend, extended weekend. Medibang? What is Medibang? Medibang? Is that real? Photoshop. It's really weird, isn't it? Like, doesn't it cost like $3,000 or something to buy Photoshop? Just as a one-time purchase, but then you can just subscribe for $20 and get. I think it also is the app. What are you? What? You're just. This is an animal. An alpaca is an animal. What are you talking? I don't know. This is art stuff. I know Excel. I know Google Sheets. I know Visual Studio. Luffy Dragons, hello. Look at these awesome emotes that are work in progress. I don't know what you guys are talking about. What am I missing? Have I missed some? Is same? What? Is this software? Did I look it up? Medibang. What? Medibang paint? Oops, I just screwed up my. Hold on. I have it over here. Medibang. Manga creation. Dude, there's no way somebody could actually make that. I can draw this oval. I could do the oval of her mouth. I wish I could do stuff like this. I can only read manga. Definitely can't make it. Use Krita. And you guys are just talented. What is it? Can you tell me, somebody who has no talent, what it is like to have talent? Is it good to know that people want your services? Because all I can say is, like, I can balance your game if you want. No? Nobody wants that? Okay. These look so good. We will show these again later in the stream. I mean, everybody new who comes in, I'm gonna show it. Stabilize the stylus. I used to have a Wacom. It wasn't the one with the screen that you could see, but it was like the medium-sized, just black one. The question was, what does it feel like to have talent? I'm just curious. I don't have it. All I do is bumble my way through blueprints. Somehow it works. Yes, you do. Here's the extent of my artistic talent, okay? I'm gonna show it to you. I can do stuff like, okay, so here is a ledge. Here is stick figure on ledge. Okay, this is stick figure. Now stick figure has gun. Okay, this is gun. Now he shoots this way. And hits man on other ledge who is firing down at third man on ledge. Oh, a child on ledge. This is Children War. And child is firing at this man. This is what I can do, and this doesn't look good. Look, I can't draw a cat. Like, okay, I know I like cats. They're my favorite. I can do. Okay, here's Kitty. Here's kitties have like triangle noses, right? And kitties have mouth and they smile. Kitties smile. Kitties have a back, and then they sit, and then they have feet, and they have paws up here too, and they have tail. This is Kitty. This is me trying, okay? This is me exerting all of my effort into cat. Should this be a temporary emote? Like, I can make this a temporary. This will encourage you to do your best work, knowing that you're gonna replace this trash. I'm gonna make this temp emote. Let me crop it. Okay, we'll save it at 185 by 185. This will be perfect. Save. Desktop. Okay, how do I do this? Wait, don't they have to get approved? Good, we'll get it approved. Free emote. Standard emote slot. Show files. Enter emote name. For some reason our emote prefix is micro R3 and I don't like it. Emote attribution. I don't want to take ownership of this. Emote successfully uploaded into your collection. Not available. It has to be approved first, I think. This is okay. It will be approved. And then we will have a cat emote. I mean, this took a while to make even if it's not much. Dude, it all looks good. Everything looks so much better. I just don't get it. I don't get how to art. I've always wanted to make, you know, like pixel art. Because I have this obsession. I need to go live 60 more days to unlock instant approval. Well, that's easy. We're gonna do that. I've always liked these, I don't know how to call them, like, pixel art. Maybe I can find them. It was like these, yeah, it's like these really simple color palette things. I really enjoy them for some reason. They're really pleasing. I think good pixel art is just really hard to do, but when you do it right, I really enjoy it. Yeah, I've always liked that. Okay, back to what I'm actually good at. I'm not good at it, but actually back to what I know, which isn't speaking apparently today. I used them when I played Drawn to Life on the DS. Why does that ring a bell? Why do I feel like I played that with somebody? I had a friend who owned 2 DSs, and I feel like we played something similar to that. It just unlocked memories. Ingredient shelf, jar. We had a few bugs. Jar tooltip not working. Ingredient info panel not appearing when right-clicking jar. Can't back out when zoomed in on an ingredient jar. Okay, yeah, I know. Game where you gotta draw everything you use. Oh. It's almost like it's almost like Scribble Knots, but for talented people. You wouldn't know it from the way that I speak here. But I guess my only skill apart from game dev would be my English. I do professional English editing and writing, which comes in handy when you live overseas. Because a lot of businesses want to advertise to like a Western market, and so that's what I do for them. But I didn't like I didn't do any college stuff though, so they just had to take me at my word. College is expensive. I don't want to do college. So expensive. I think ours is more skill and talent. It's something that takes time, practice, and patience to develop. Learning to see the world around you, breaking down what you see into simple shapes, and translating them with your hand, accepting your mistakes, and learning from them. Okay, compared to, I mean, and be honest here, because I understand I'm bad. It doesn't make me feel bad to know I'm bad. When you first started out drawing and doing art, sketching, whatever word you want to use, how much better were you than the cat drawing I just made? Because what I made is something that even a talented 4-year-old could do better. I have a really good imagination. I have a problem translating that onto a page. I mean, I don't know how you define an imagination as good, but we're gonna pretend to. Okay, I think I can fix the X button not working. Works there. It's because we're in like normal, wait. What remembers the last camera position? Guess it's okay. Yeah, we need this to back out. Where's my X button? Lapse. Handle exit button. Where do we put? Oh, I see. We don't have any state for jar. Well, it should just be collapse info panel and then switch to imagination is great, but generally you want to study the real thing first. Do you like generally specialize in a style? Do you have to, if you want to do a new style, do you have to study examples of that style first? What you made was roughly what I make now without reference. So references are just really important. They give you a shape and they provide you with a goal. I mean, I'm not wording it. Feel free to correct my wording here. You should always feel free to do that. Nothing wrong with being wrong. There's just something wrong with not admitting that you're wrong. Switching station. Switching station now. That should cover it. Actually, this system of handling the exit button is kind of nice. I just have to make sure to do that. That's part of the pipeline here. Oh, I can't click X. Well, that's part of the problem. Why can't I click X? The reason why a lot of artists did still lives. I've been watching other artists sometimes to see how they tackle certain problems. What does it take to create your own style? You know, because you could kind of say that with Darkest Dungeon, for instance, which I think we all know pretty well, the artist Chris made what I would say is a very fresh style. I mean, maybe he was inspired by things that just weren't very popular and we don't know about. But from my point of view, he kind of popularized this certain type of shading. And what does it take to do that? Does it just take a lot of just trial and error to see what sticks and what is well received, I guess? But I mean, it's art, so it's hard to judge, right? The beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Why? Oh, you know what? It's probably because of the Z order. Yeah, I have this on -1. This is on 0. We should just put this on 100. That'll solve any future issues. Okay, that's good. We don't collapse that widget, unfortunately. We do need to collapse this info panel, but we need to collapse... I just plug both of these in. Yeah. I had to study his work a bit before I could do anything in that style. It follows a lot of the same basic line work you see with inking. The shadows are heavier. Interesting. I know he used a very... People were like asking for his Photoshop brushes, and they were pretty much just basic shapes. There wasn't anything revolutionary from that. You know, so it just, I guess it kind of speaks to his skill of knowing how to take those basic shapes and make them sing, so to speak. Can't come back out when zoomed in. We fixed that. Jar tooltip. Well, we need to fix the... We need to make this tooltip have an overlay of when you're not hovered over a jar. Not surprised. Yeah, I have to find it. I downloaded it once. You know what? I think I still have his brush downloaded and saved on my home computer. His brush pack. But I was very surprised just to see like a couple of different sized triangles. Yeah, that's pretty much it. But you can see that in a lot of his work. If I pull up like the Crusader or something. I mean, like I said, it was just like a bunch of, you know, triangles. And you can kind of see that with a lot of what he does, where it's just these, a lot of sharper edges. But he just knows how to add a lot of detail and a lot of detail to the shading. adding like the storybook kind of texture overlay, which, you know, makes me think that he just kind of downloaded a, you know, something with noise, like a sheet of paper texture, and just overlays it right on top of the coloring. Softens the edges too. That'd be a brush. Is it? The only thing of, I guess, interesting, like I can do certain types of manipulation pretty enjoyably. Maybe I can find an example. Oops, I'm doxing people, sorry. Let me see if I can find it. Where did I send it? I sent it to... Ooh, I sent it to you. I don't know. This was an old game demo I had made. Wait, do I have WinRAR on this computer? Yeah, I do. So I wanted to make this game where you solve... it was like a cryptography game, right? You solve puzzles using these photos, and I had so I had made this from scratch to mimic kind of these old school confidential files. And that to me, like, this to me is the extent of what I can do. But it kind of looks, I guess, reasonably realistic, maybe. It's not the greatest, but it's something. I do like my little drop-down menus that I made for this, though. Those were kind of nice. I miss those. And you like solve these. You had to solve this these puzzles and then put in the answers up here. It is solvable, except for this one. This one doesn't make sense. This is really old, but I am kind of proud in hindsight of making this look like a real confidential file that was photocopied. So I can't really make anything new, but I can do some elements of manipulation with Photoshop. I never thought about that, but they do look like the Bionicle language. Also, shout out to Bionicles. I was green Bionicle all the way. My brother was black Bionicle. Onyx, I think was his name. I forget the name of green. How is it that after all this time, Bionicles are still probably one of the best toy brands that they ever made? What was I doing? Oh yeah, the tooltip, okay. Technic, they really are. They were, and they still are. I also really like the new the Lego architecture sets. As I've grown up, these sets of Legos have been some of my favorite. Oh, there's a Colosseum one, dude. That's so cool. Himeji Castle. These to me as an adult are really awesome. Taj Mahal. Pyramids. I also really like they have like these flower bouquets too, which are kind of neat. These Lego flowers. I've always wanted to get one just to. I think it's just a really cool thing to have on your table. Can't replace the smell of great fresh flowers though. Lego Cherry Blossom. Is it this one? This wasn't Cherry Blossom. Did I miss it? Cherry Blossom Tree Frog. This was. It's just no. Oh, dude, this is so good. The little bonsai. They're so cool. Every place I don't understand. Okay, dust is something I don't understand. Wait, the leaves are frogs on the tree? Hold on, I gotta open that back up. Okay, dust is something I don't understand. I have so much dust every place I've ever lived, and I don't understand it. Oh my god, they are the little frogs. That is so fucking funny. Now I have to get, this is hilarious. You live in a desert? Where do you, if you don't mind saying the general area, where do you live? I never realized these were frogs. Now I just absolutely have to get it. That's so funny. This is so great. What creator made this and decided to use frogs? Even better, they signed off on this instead of making a new Lego piece. The Lego inventors, whatever they call them, I know there's some like term for them. The people who make new Lego sets, but props. That's hilarious. Arizona. Oh, I've always wanted to go to Arizona. Also up in the mountains where it snows. That's cool. I mean, I imagine that is actually quite a cool place to live, but I'm sure it comes with its downsides. Yeah, someone did sit down and just was like, fuck it. Or they had a manager who was like, we have billions of frogs, we have no sets that use them, they're taking up all the storage, what are we gonna do with them? And one guy was like, I have an idea, sir. Or ma'am, I have an idea. Texas summers aren't great, but I do like the milder seasons of Texas. Because it can get quite green. But I've only gone, well, I've gone to like Seattle before to visit family, but I haven't really taken the time to explore some of the natural areas of the West. And I've been to San Fran for GDC. Don't ever live in San Fran, in my opinion. But I've never been to Arizona, and I've always wanted to go to like Arizona, to Nevada. There's so many great national parks. I love the Wild West, kind of theme and movies, and so I've always wanted to just go out into the brushlands, into the deadlands, and just do a little role playing. I'm gonna wrap this with an overlay. You would love it here then? Maybe I do. Maybe I have to move to Arizona. Maybe I gotta live there. Granted, I do like the snow. I do like the winter season. You know, I like Christmas. It's just I love the holiday season, the mood and everything. And we have a great Christmas market here in Kraków. It's considered, I guess, one of the best Christmas markets in the world. Um, Beautiful old cloth hall, whatever they call it. It's a really beautiful square, and there's tons of stalls and food and mulled wine that you can get. It's always nice when it snows. It always feels perfect here. Yeah. This is not Kraków. This is Prague. Also beautiful though. Yeah, the main square, the whole old town is just really pretty here. This is what it looks like during the daytime. It's kind of a small image. That's a much larger image. It's quite a big main square. I think it's one of the biggest in Europe. There's also a museum that underground here of the old Kraków like main square. It's pretty interesting. I don't know how they did it, but there's a museum underneath the main square of the old main square. I don't know. It breaks my mind. And then we have a castle too. We have Wawel Castle. That's kind of a small image. That's a bit better. You have Zamek Wawel. I want to show pics of where I am, not nearly as neat, but you have the Western. Look, I love the Westerns. I mean, one of my favorite movies is I forget the name. One of my favorite movies is this. Was one that I just conveniently forgot the name of. Oh my god, my mind is so terrible. Hold on. We're gonna pretend that you... The Searchers, John Wayne. This has, in my opinion, still some of the most exceptional imagery of any Western movie. I need like a screenshot, like a beautiful. I mean, this obviously an iconic image here, and oh yeah, ooh, oh my gosh, just this open image, a new tab, please. New tab. Okay, thank you. I love this movie. It's so pretty. It's so good. I like John Wayne. Not the most politically correct person in history. but I like him for his acting. Actors are people too. They have their own opinions. And yeah, actors don't have the greatest of oh, he shared some images. Let me pull some of these over. That is a big image. I like it. Whiskey Row. Oh, I love it. These are massive images. I love it though. I love the lights. It's so colorful. I don't think any country does colorful Christmas lights like the US. I think a lot of other, especially like more traditional Christian countries, they do modest lighting, but they use a lot of like just the regular white lights, but nobody does colors like the US. I love the view though. Oh, it's so, even in winter, it's just so pretty with those hills and mountains and I want to climb them. Can you swim in these or fish in these, or are they mostly just are they pretty shallow. I mean, just looks awesome. You just lay up on a rock, see some lizards, maybe a snake or two. Looks nice. Hey, Datu. Should be developing. And I mean, of course, Whiskey Row. Because I love to go to like Kentucky, and just drink all the bourbon. Cheap bourbon, cheap whiskey. You have me. You had me at hello. Or at howdy, I guess, in the southern areas. This looks great. I gotta come here, have a nice time, have some drinks. Love it. You can fish in them. There's algae that makes it so you cannot swim there. Okay. Okay, just fish. Are the fish safe then to eat? Did animal magnetism today. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. So you got your Ava's device? Dude, that's awesome. But 1,000 miles of hiking trails too. Wow. I gotta visit sometime then. What's safe in life anyway? I'll just eat them. That's a great quest to get completed. Yeah, this looks awesome. I like my indoors, but I also like the adventure of outdoors. And I need some adventure in my life. I'm not really a city person. I don't mind a small town, you know, because I come from a small town. Where you do have the ability to just quickly go and find some hiking trails, find some forests. You know, because I'm from Wisconsin. You know, you can easily just go hunting or fishing, no problem. But in a city, it's just like I don't have the money to even afford even a simple basic car here. I certainly don't have the money for the gas, because gas is stupidly expensive in Poland and most of Europe. Yeah, I don't have the space to put any like fishing gear. I can't go hunting because they don't like guns here. Which, to be fair, I've heard some stories of the hunting culture here in Poland, and it's like the worst form of redneck. Like, if I could equate it to the US, you put guns in the hands of the most wild, inappropriate behaving rednecks. That's exactly the same as the hunting culture here. But you know that if you're from the US, the hunting culture in the US is generally very respectful. And there's some of the people who do the most amount of conservation work, right? You know, I grew up in a hunting family, and it was just, we realized that this was not something that you take lightly. You need to treat it with respect, and you need to conserve the wilderness that you go to, because it's also what provides us with something that we enjoy. So, but it's not here. It's really bad here. Which does explain some of the reasons why they have some less than kind views towards guns and towards hunting. Ghost town. There's just ghost towns? Like old school Western ghost towns? Kind of sad too, right? You know? Like some big like mine dried up or something and everybody had to move. That was a different time. I don't dislike guns. I'm a proud gun owner. But I'm also somebody who's like, you need to know how to use this. You need to be respectful of it. You need to lock it up. You need to teach everybody in your family how to properly care for it, maintain it, and respect it. This is not a toy. It is something that has lethal power, just like a car. And just like a car, you need to have a license to use it. You need to, you need to be of sound mind and body when you use it. And I don't think a lot of people take it as seriously as they should. Same parents are big on that. During drought, they hauled water to water holes for the animals. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, we gotta do it. Gotta do a little bit of work today. Border. Play. Fill. I've been trying to do shooting stars on the side here, but people are making these really weird. People are calling these really poorly. Order, and I'm just gonna put some text inside of it. Oh, I can't see it. What size, what color do I use for this border? I want the same color here. Text, center, and we'll make it say, hover over an ingredient to see its information. Good enough. Done with the Troll Slayer task. Nice. I don't know if we've, you know, because you can, you drive through those towns in the U.S. I don't know if you've done a lot of driving in the past. You live in the U.S. You probably have, but you run into those towns that you know exactly what time period they were built, and they unfortunately didn't have enough money to ever build better buildings. And it's quaint, it's cozy, the people are usually extremely nice, and you go to those little ma and pa restaurants and they just serve you like some of the greatest food. Oh, you sent some more stuff. Sorry, I don't get notifications. Oh, so pretty. God, it's so pretty. I love it. There's probably so many fossils too. Maybe there are fossils hidden up in these, I'm not sure. Building you live in is over 100 years old. Whoa. And all these are abandoned? I mean, some of these don't look that old, to be honest. Or just a lot of these, you know, a good portion of these abandoned. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, there's a lot in Poland here that, like, because Warsaw was bombed pretty heavily, and a lot of the buildings were destroyed, so they're pretty new. But in Kraków, a lot of the buildings are still as old as, you know, World War I or World War II. So inside they look pretty new, but outside they look really bad. It's so different from the US, where generally the outside of the house looks very close to what the inside of the house is going to look like. Not always, but most of the time. And in Poland, it's like you see this dilapidated building that is falling apart, and you go inside and it's a modern apartment building. It's like, what? Excuse me? Built by a great-grandfather, confiscated during World War II by a general of a nearby munition plant. A lot of that happened too in Poland when the communists, when the Soviets occupied Poland after World War II. They essentially just took everything away, redistributed it all, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. And a lot of that, the mentality, especially with like hierarchy, is still present here, and it's really bad for businesses. But the newer generations are moving away from that and adopting like Western style. Oh, commandeered, okay. A lot have been converted to businesses for tourists. Others are falling apart and empty. It's an old mining town, yeah. Jail is famous for sliding down the hill. Oh my god. Order. Just call it hover border. Is variable. We probably want it collapsed. Will be hidden then, right? Yeah. We only want it to show up when you are in the jar slot. Do we want it to collapse? And when do we want to ping that? Alchemy HUD. Where's our variable for it? Oh yeah, tombstone. Burn down a lot of shit. Firstly, the mountain trolls only get 58 Slayer XP per kill instead of 90. That's kind of weird considering RS3 generally, from what I know, has such an increased amount of XP gain compared to OSRS. Okay, so build info panel. It's kind of weird considering those trolls just... They weren't bad. I don't see any reason to nerf them. Dude, it's still cold in this build. Why don't they just turn on some heat? Jesus Christ. What do I pay them for? I mean, I do like this office building though, and their internet's pretty stable, so can't complain about that. Build info. Guess we can make a separate function in the info panel to hide or unhide the hover border. Toggle hover border is input boolean b new vid. Actually, we could just do a visibility enum, couldn't we? I think it's slate visibility. Let me switch and we'll see. Yeah. Get not that. Hover border. Ability. Return. Also been collecting big bones to use on Gilded Altar. Very nice. Stop spamming you with pictures of mistake. Well, let me check. Did you send another one? No, I like it. Oh, dude, this looks great. That's exactly the kind of guy that I want to drive my carriage. Those are pretty horses, though. I don't know anything about horses. I don't know what breed these are, but they're very pretty. I'm kind of scared of horses, though. I'm not like, they don't frighten me, but if there's one walking nearby, I just keep my distance. They have so much power there. They can easily just fuck you over by running into you, bumping into you, or kicking you. Yeah, they're as big as that guy. They're about as tall as him. And it's just, God, for one gets spooked or something, I'll pass. You know, I treat it like a car, because if you've ever seen like a horse, unfortunately, if you've ever seen a horse get hit by a car or something, or a car hit a horse, this is mutually assured destruction. Looks cool, and it's a hotel. Oh, that'd be awesome, dude. Western antiques. I would probably buy some. I don't like cars. Do you not like driving cars, or are you just afraid of being hit? Because if you're afraid of being hit by a car, this is obviously an understandable fear. Build info panel. Here we could probably... Toggle hoverboard or viz. We just need to do this. We need to collapse. Here. And then when the player's clicking on a jar, hit the info panel, set where do we set the visibility of it? I guess it's in build info panel that we set the visibility. I don't like that then. I'm afraid of my vehicles myself. I never learned to drive because of it. I don't have a driver's license. I haven't done it either, which I really need to. But I don't really need it here in Poland. Especially, I'm in the city. You know, I'm pretty near the city center. But when I move back to the US eventually, I will do it. Played American Truck Simulator with a wheel, hoping that it would help because just watching the game was enough to give me anxiety. Oh, jeez. The only time... I haven't played American Truck Sim, but I have played Euro Truck Sim. Unfortunately, my favorite time to play it is when I'm drunk. Which is it's not a good sign. I've seen the finale of Settled Style Men series. I have not seen the finale of it yet. Just have a dislike for car-dependent infrastructure. Makes sense. The public transport here is nice, but it's also very limiting. It's just like the density of population in Europe makes sense for public transport, but the amount of upkeep that would be required in a lot of American cities, especially not only roads but also of the vehicles themselves, would just be too much for some places. Like the amount of distance that the average American, for instance, has to travel to do things, it would be very hard to walk that back and to move infrastructure into closer, more dense areas. It would make sense for certain cities, but for a lot of the rural populations, there wouldn't be enough money for that, and the taxes would be pretty insane to even, potentially talk about doing something like that. Hover and unhover. We can do hover and unhover. Build info panel. I think it needs to be part of like the build info panel. Yeah, but I don't want like that. It's going to be a big railway built in Indianapolis, the third biggest state capital, but instead it was made into a giant freeway. The thing is, like, people see it as, I need to drive my car to get to the place where I can enter the railway in the first place. And then I have to pay for a railway ticket that often costs as much or more than the cost of gas would be. So it's more convenient for me to just, and if I miss the train, then I'm screwed. So I might as well just use the already existing car and road to be more efficient. But you have to consider too, like in Europe, cars and depending on country, cars are expensive and gas is much more expensive than the US. So for them, they can't afford anything other than public transportation. But in the US, it's very, very cheap. Especially to get like a used car and put some gas in it. That's true. Yeah, there's certain amounts of infrastructure, especially with like internet in the US, that's just really bad. I don't even want to tell you guys what I pay for internet here. You won't like me. Okay, I'll tell you. For 1 gigabit download fiber, I pay about $20 a month, $20 US a month. I don't like where I'm calling the visibility of this new panel. It's not very robust. The thing is, we have to build the... Yeah, get ingredient ID, but we don't do that. That only works for ingredients. It doesn't work for jars. Jars don't have a single ingredient ID to build. But this is where we enable the visibility of that panel. What if I do toggle slate is hover border is info panel. Speaking of bad infrastructure, I live like a few miles away from a coal power plant, but there's so many anti-windmill signs near me because they're bad for the environment. Really, what places need to be doing is adopting more nuclear. I don't think wind power is bad, it does have a negative effect on certain bird populations. Really, unfortunately. And it isn't a very reliable source of power, because the wind has to be windy. Hydroelectric and nuclear, though, I believe are very good. Cityman keeps trying to fix roads and traffic problems, but their solution was more intersection because they were against roundabouts. People didn't like roundabouts when... I mean, yeah, I agree. The coal... Here in Poland, too, the coal fetish is insane. Really unfortunate. Wasn't it Germany or France that just recently closed all of their nuclear power plants because of some push by new government or whatever? Like they have them built. They can be functional within a couple weeks again. But instead they switch to these other terrible, I don't know. We don't want to get into that. Roundabouts are good though. Roundabouts are very nice. There are really big coal unions here in Poland, and they don't allow people to come in and take away the coal plants. Toggle slate visibility, visible. I mean, does this work? Yes, it does. Then we just need to lobby. That's the coal company's lobby to shut anything else. Yeah, happens here in Poland too. They don't want to lose their. I mean, I can empathize with that. They don't want to lose their jobs, but I think it needs to be phased out. It's not something that you just do overnight, right? And I get that the initial cost to build new power plants, new nuclear power plants is expensive, but they're completely clean energy, right? What do you do with the waste? Well, eventually we're going to be able to pretty cheaply launch stuff into space. We just launch one at the sun, send some depleted uranium at the sun. Granted, the amount of space that depleted uranium takes up is very minimal. And I think they even found some uses for it, some like passive heating uses for depleted uranium or something. I don't remember. I was reading something about that, but I can't really recall the specifics. Like those anti-vape commercials funded by tobacco companies saying vaping is worse. Yeah, you know what? I've seen those. I just haven't seen if there's actually anything that isn't funded by the tobacco companies. I don't know if vaping is safe. I mean, obviously there are chemicals in there, right? I just don't know I don't know what to trust. I have no idea what to trust. But it's very obvious that tobacco companies would pay for studies like that. Okay, so we have this. We need it when the player hovers over this. Hover over ingredient seeds information. Do we store any information in this button? In this, I don't think we actually do. We would need to fix that. Yeah, we don't store anything. But we can store an ingredient ID here. There's so many just... I think the scientific community is kind of undergoing a difficult time, right? You have a lot of studies being cited, or papers being cited that have absolutely no peer review. You have studies and papers getting published that are based on just extremely flawed methodology or tiny sample sizes. And nobody seems to care or want to actually check these things to validate or to repeat the experiments to see if they get the same results. We've become too trusting in just, oh, it's a scientific paper, meaning it must be correct. And there are papers with absolutely horrendous methodology that gets cited hundreds, if not thousands of times, and then get published in big scientific papers off of that. Usually because of some, political purpose. It's a very difficult time to discern truth from lie. 20 levels Slayer off that one task. Jesus, 20 levels? Off that troll task? That's crazy. Yeah, people challenge claims, it gets silenced. I think it's a lot of just, it's cultural, right? 9 to 29, very nice. That'll really open up some more tasks for you. Yeah, I don't think that the pursuit of truth should ever be something that anyone gets in the way of, but it often is kind of in the way of. Because people don't want to consider the possibility that they might be wrong, because we've placed so much cultural negativity, like shame on being wrong, which is absurd to me. Fire giants are good. You can do those in the waterfall dungeon. You can safe spot them there with ranged or magic. You can also do them in the catacombs of Kurend. You can wear prayer gear and just pray melee. And then you can possibly get Skotizo totem parts. And Skotizo's a pretty awesome boss. Skotizo is a really good boss because he drops, not only does he drop a guaranteed hard clue when he dies, but his drop table is insane. Average Skotizo kills worth 150,000. Ooh, Yummy stuff. Hundreds of runes, noted ores, and 150 noted mahogany planks. Insane stuff. And a 1 out of 65 pet, so. Skotizo is the boss in the center of the Catacombs of Kurend, which is a big dungeon with a lot of different enemies. And there are fire giants. It's hard to explain how you get to them, but they're there, and you can just pray melee on them. Turn on auto retaliate. Okay, on the jar list, when we build list, build panel ingredient ID. Ingredient ID, set ingredient ID. Yeah, Waterfall Quest is pretty easy. And that dungeon is really nice. It can get a bit crowded though. There are a lot of people who want a safe spot in there. But if you're there for 5 minutes, the aggro timer of the fire giants, I believe, gets removed. And you can then just use there are some rocks or like tables in there or something that you can use to block the fire giants. Okay, you've done it. You know then. Our list item. Event graph, B, ingredient button. We need on hovered and unhovered. Get widget. Like get all widgets of class or something. I don't really like this method, but it does work. Oh, we have to cast. Well, it's already loaded, so the cast doesn't really cause any issues. What already is that? Okay. We don't need to. Where's my vid? Oh, wait, we need to get the... Not the HUD reference, but the ingredient panel, the ingredient info panel. That has our visibility. You can kill higher level ones in the giant's den and get the combat task for killing one of each giant while there. Those ones don't count for fire giant tasks. Those would only count for a regular giant slayer task. However, you should get those combat tasks done at some point too. Fire giants are specifically a separate type of giant. They might count though if you're on just a regular giant task. Are there fire giants in there? If there are, then ignore what I'm saying. I thought there were only hill giants and mossy, whatever they're called, moss giants. I've only been in there once, and that was for the Slayer task. Or for the combat task. Oh, then there must be then. However, I don't know if they drop Skotizo totem parts in there. I know it does connect up. You can open up a passage to the Catacombs of Kourend by going in there. I think with like an axe or something that you need. Toggle slate viz. Collapsed, visible, and then we can build info panel. I actually really like that there are all these kinds of smaller dungeons in OSRS that sometimes have overlapping enemies or loot or whatever to other dungeons, but the fact that they exist also provides a unique opportunity for different like journeys, especially for the restricted accounts, right? Or just different places to farm. Yeah, Ring of Wealth and OSR sadly just doesn't do much. It is really nice though for getting like key pieces, for getting shield left halves during smaller Slayer tasks. I have a lot because of that. I used probably for at least like 100 or 200 hours of my Slayer grind. I used a Ring of Wealth, and I was able to get... Wait, they're in miscellaneous, aren't they? I have 28 shield left halves, 15 dragon spears. It's so absurd. Good stuff. Good little Elks. I got 3 stabs. I don't remember getting 3 of those. I really have to get some of this stuff to build out my log more. Kind of sad, this tab. This one is this is the really sad one. It's all pets. Where are my pets? Three Thermies. A giant squirrel and the chompy chick, which takes like 5 hours to get. Not even that impressive. Just sad. Okay, I think we can just copy this then. Down here. Lyran, thank you again for the raids. I love you, man. Unfortunately, I was gonna sub to you yesterday, but my Prime sub isn't available till the 8th of December, so give me a couple weeks. Oh, now that you're here, I can show you. Hold on. Got something. Wait, where is it? I have asked Crossroads of Fate to make something for us, and it is still in progress, but you guys can tell me what you think so far. I think they look incredible. And I think I even think I have to ask her for one more, like the like a thinking emote, because we do a lot of thinking when making games. Looking good. Thank you so much. I think they look really awesome. They're using our mascot, who I call Riley. Oh my god, that's really big. This is Riley, our mascot for our company. Riley the Raptor. You did tell Crossroads that like a ton. Insist to put Dark Extension Easter eggs in your game. We will do it. They look incredible. They look really, really good. They look really good. Here, let's do another shout out. Another shout out. Open to commission. Well, I'm not gonna speak for her. But look, she can do your emotes. She can do backgrounds, panels, badges. She's got a whole list. And yeah, this was just after, not even full 24 hours later. This is how they look so far. They look awesome. They're so good. But she's pushing herself. She's gotta. It's okay. Take a break. It's Thanksgiving. By the way, happy Thanksgiving to any North Americans who just came over from the raid. I hope you have some nice turkey and some cranberries and some stuffing, mashed potatoes, buns, all the good stuff. If you aren't popping the button in your pants at the end of the day today, you aren't doing things right. So these look so good. I can't wait. I can't wait. I used Midjourney. I can show you guys this. I used Midjourney to make a plushie of what, just because I was curious to see if we could eventually make a plushie of our Microraptor Riley, and this is what it came up with. And if we could ever make something like this come true, I would buy 1 billion of these. This looks so good. I'm also really impressed that Midjourney could create this kind of like lighting on the seams. It's surprisingly good for AI art. I'm really impressed. This actually kind of looks almost real. I mean, maybe talented artists can see the mistakes here, but it's kind of scary how well it made a plushie. All right, I forgot where I was. Oh wait, I think this works now. I think if we... Okay, that looks good. Jar. Ooh. Ooh. That looks perfect. We have to fix the... Oh yeah, that looks really nice. Okay. Gotta fix some things about it still, but... It's starting to make sense. It's nice. So yeah, what were you streaming today? I know it's pretty late. You don't have much time to talk, probably. Once you're done streaming, the last thing you want to do is talk too much. Oh, more DD2? Is there any jester that you killed that you named after me? Can you name your characters in DD2? I imagine they can. It's been favorable for the viewership lately. Oh yeah? How many viewers are you averaging with DD2? Darkest Dargan 2. Okay, when we build the jar list item, we actually have to... We need to do one thing. Ingredient ID. We need to get the ingredient ID. We need to get the ingredient data and hide the add to processing button. Since you have been touching 40 again, really nice. Every time I play variety, I tank my viewership though, so like rip me. That's kind of sad. I wouldn't think that. I mean, you are a variety streamer. Maybe it's just like the types of games you're playing, or you know, the specific games you're playing. I mean. I like to stream variety from time to time just because it helps bring in different audiences. Especially as a game development company, we want to, you know, we're appealing just to gamers in general. It's not specifically one type or another. Okay, ingredient kit, ingredient struct. Move this over here. Break ingredient, break data. If state is not equal to normal, should we probably just do a select on that? No, we'll do a branch. No, we won't. Hold on, let me figure out first. We need to actually have like a hot partner. What do you mean hot partner? I'm quite a hot partner. I don't know what that path is gonna look like, but damn it, I'm gonna keep trying. 2 more combat tests. Hey, good job, Datu. Oh, you'll hit partner. I don't know what's needed for that. By the way, I don't know if there's ever anything that you might, like, just as a thought, but if there's ever anything you wanted to co-stream, like, I don't know, play a game together, or I don't fucking know, like, just hit me up. I'm open to anything. If there's some like boys love visual novel that you can play co-op, like, let's do it. I have no problem. We'll make it spicy. Yeah, I know YouTube is really, really great for... YouTube is actually pretty good for building an audience, and then you can move over to Twitch or co-stream on Twitch. I don't know. Twitch is just really hard to stand out. Have to hire an editor, I'm assuming. Maybe. I just put my stream VODs up, which I know aren't probably the most interesting to watch. But I just throw them up. I don't have time to make videos either, but I just throw up stream VODs. We're not trying to really just... We're not trying to like build up and become a big thing on YouTube, but I want to have the... I want to have the journey of what we're building. Yeah, that's just what I do, because I stream and record and I use the same encoding, so it only has to encode once. So really all it does is just use up disk space, and then I just upload the VODs directly after stream. But again, I just do that for like posterity purposes, because we're making a game and I want to have all of the game development documented from day one, so when I do have time or I do have the money to pay an editor, I can have them make highlights of the development process, and we can make like a little mini documentary to celebrate and remember all the choices we made, good or bad, the milestones that we hit, you know. For me and for like a company, that's really important for us, so we don't forget where we started. And if I do some really edgy jokes that just don't land well and I lose followers and subscribers from it, it's all there. Yeah, you can do that too. They might remove the ability to do that though, which is a little scary, so. At least on YouTube, I know that they won't be removed so easily or quickly. Should we have a function for just like hide? Hide processing table button. Really long for what it is. Really just going to be get this, set visibility and collapse it. Return node. Okay, that looks good. Now on jar list, if it's not equal to normal. Actually, we can just do if equal to normal. I won't do a not equal. The highlight exploit's been there before my account's been made. I'm sure it's not going to. You never know with Twitch, dude. Twitch is... Consistency is not a word that I think Twitch staff know. And that goes for handling of rules and accounts. Yeah, fire giants are pretty chill to train on. And they have pretty good loot drops too, to be honest. Don't scare me, I don't have backups. Okay, you can download your Twitch VODs though. So if you want to start keeping backups and uploading them to YouTube or something, even on a channel and just, you know, unlist them or make them private for the time being, you can do that. If you have a little bit of money to spend, you can also get space on Google Drive and throw them up there. And you can watch videos through Google Drive. Obviously, it's not a preferable player to YouTube, but it does work. Equal to normal add. If not, you need to hide processing table button. And then we need to add the child as well. I know Mossy's got one of the lowest of the Giants' perfect squishy trading dummies, yeah. Plus you get those Mossy keys and Bryophytus pretty easy to kill. Get some early combat task points done. And if you're lucky, you get that essence for easy 8 mil. I think we can delete this. This was the old logic. Kept the essence. Gonna make the staff. It's good for like high alking to save a little bit of profit. It also looks pretty cool. I think, right? Yeah, they could... I'm gonna be honest. They should update that. For how rare the essence is, they should make that look a lot cooler. It should have like vines or something on it. Be like mossy, have some flowers growing on it. That would be so much cooler. Sold to get a bond, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty useful staff, but okay, I see. When it's charged, it looks Okay, it looks much better when it's charged. The uncharged state is kind of lame. I didn't know it had a charged state. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Yesterday I was trying Kree on my League account because I need to upgrade to Armadillo armor. And I was just like, okay, we'll see how difficult it is with the gear I have. And I did it, and I got the Armadillo helmet on like KC 3 or 4. Guess I could advertise more, I just hate doing that. How do you advertise generally? See, I like this. I don't know how you advertise. I don't know. You just try to build it organically. Like, I know that our game, once this starts looking like an actual alchemy game, and we have this beautiful open world and some assets in it, right? Because right now this is just the first person test level that I'm building this prototype in. This is going to be so much more interesting to actually watch. But for now, it's pretty lame. Yeah, I do make Twitter posts, and I get some followers from that. Can you safe spot the fire giants and catacombs? I don't know if you can safe spot them, but it is multi-combat, so you can just kind of go there in proselyte armor and just melee them with auto retaliate on. And then if you have the Zarek's talisman to teleport right back to it, you can just either bring some prayer pots or you can restore prayer with Artie Cape and then just pop right back. Takes like a minute. Socials are barren. I don't know how much it helps to post on Twitter, but I can then have Twitter going into my Discord, so at least there's some way to know that I'm going online. And I just try to keep it consistent with schedule, because I think consistency is probably the most important thing about building a Twitch viewer base. I want to sort these by normal always being on top. Do you think we could do that? We should be able to do that. In this jar list, right, we take jar contents and we create them for each. But what if we... We could change the logic a little bit. Like, we could for each through them find the... If it exists, find the normal ingredient and place that and build that first, then remove it from the array and then build the others. So we'd essentially do this. Break. Data. Wait, get ingredient struct. Break. Oh wait, we need to change this into a for each loop with break. Data, break data. Take state if equal to normal. Technically, we don't need to do any of this. We would just do... do these. make all the lines look nice. Target cell. Looks good. Yeah, I post on Twitter too because I know that my mom and grandma will like all my posts. There's a few giants I can safe spot in the giants den. They give 150 Slayer XP per kill. But if you do it in the catacombs, you can get Scotizo totem pieces. And if you have the Bone Crusher, which I don't know if you do, you can get passive prayer restore on kill. Because if you bury bones in the catacombs, you get some prayer back. I think you get 2 prayer points per big bone. Do not have it. That's no worries. It only gives you half XP, but it auto buries them for you on kill, so there's some good uses of it, but it's not a requirement. So we do this first, then we need to remove, if this is successful, we need to remove the found ingredient from the content. I don't know if this will work, but it should. The thing is, we are bringing in a copy, so we should be able to remove an item. Or just the index, I guess. We can get the index. It might count. You are right. You know what? Let's look it up. OSRS Giant Cave? Giant's Den? Yeah, this is it. Giants in the Den have access to the Catacombs of Kura and drop table. Okay, yeah, it works perfectly then. No need to switch it up. It is only single-way combat, but you're safe spotting, so that doesn't really matter. You can't like place a you can't place a cannon in there anyway, so it's good to know. I didn't know that. I knew it had access to the catacombs, but I didn't know it was considered part of the catacombs. That's pretty cool. Alright, and when that's done, we can break the array. Not like it's super necessary, but we don't know how large it actually is. So this is just a safer option. And then we should be able to run this for each loop. So it looks kind of silly, but it should... Oops. Get everything there. Yeah, it looks silly, but it should do the job. Someone had a cannon in the house world? In the Giant's Cave? Really? You can place a cannon in there? Oh yeah, I can. So you can use it to speed up kills. Damn, this Giant's Cave is actually it's kind of good. You can place a cannon in it, and you have access to the totem pieces and shards. And it's probably way less occupied than the main caves. It's pretty dope. And you can access it pretty easily with a fairy ring. Okay, let's try this. It should sort the normal ingredient at the top now. Actually, I don't think it added it to the list at all. We do have, yeah, we put regular lavender. Let me do this. Should work. False. This one will be true. Old panel. Yeah, I'll go through that. That looks fine.
Yeah. Damn, you make me proud.
Dylan Thunderliker, thank you for the follow. Got 30 Slayer. Great job, man. Hey, those Slayer levels are great. Get combat XP too. Good loot. Should break that loop. Okay, Jar Contents now has one thing in it. I don't see why this would screw up though. This was... weird. Oh, we don't add the child. That's why we don't actually add it to the list. Oops. All right, problem figured out. I want to put the remove index last. Bug identified. Bug eradicated. Nodes organized. Okay. Now it should work. There we go. Now normal is at the top. Obviously these buttons don't do anything yet, but that's fine. The only thing I don't like about this, but I don't know if it's a huge deal, is normally I would allow you to hover over the biome, light, or season icons, and you could see tooltips for what they are. And you can't do that if it immediately resets the panel when you unhover the ingredient. I could make it only update when you hover over an ingredient and just not set this kind of cover up when you unhover. And that way you could then see different things here. We'll think about that. Jar tooltip, now, yes, we still need to do that. Ingredient info panel not appearing, we fixed that. Problem solved. jar tooltip not working? Yeah. It is not. And we don't know what we want to put on that either. Shit, I need a new jar. Join the Discord because I was thinking of sharing some drop table screenshots. Dude, absolutely do it. I want more people in there talking about some game stuff. It's like, yeah, we're a game dev, but you know the first thing I do when I go home? I start up my computer and I play a game. Right up until the time I have to eat. And then I watch some videos or something. And then I go back to my game. That's my life. And I am happy about it. Okay, let's fix this jar tooltip. I don't think that'll be too tough. Ingredient jar. Show tooltip. Where do we set up the tooltip? In setup ingredient, right? Okay, we can do that. We just gotta make essentially a new version of this. I wake up on an open Twitch. If it's a weekend, because if it's a day I have to stream, I pretty much just wake up, shower, come into the office. If it's a day that I don't have to stream, I wake up, sometimes shower first, sometimes not, start up a game, and I do that all day. Unless we have a plan to like go out and eat somewhere or something, you know. Otherwise, it's like weekend time. It's time for me to play a game. Okay, let's 4E. I think we can also actually just... We can get a copy of the... Of essentially the first one. I can do this. I can change it to a string. I can split it. Get the left part of that. I can append. We need to search from end. And then append normal to it. And that way we always get the normal version of the ingredient. Screenshots are there? Hell yeah, I do. Let's take a look at these. I love looking at loot table screenshots from OSRS. I absolutely love it. 1.3 thousand moss giants and 3,000 hill giants. You are insane. 312 limpwort roots. Nice. Jesus. Is that a Ranar? What's the rarity of a Ranar from moss giants? 120 law runes, nice. 192 natures. 27 easy clues, and I don't know what seed that is. Is that a Ranar or a Snapdragon seed? Either way, that's pretty nice. Okay. Still pretty cool. And your Bryophyta, look at your essence, dude. That's insane. Some good rune stuff as well. Very cool. 200 laws, 500 natures, insane. And are those Saradam and Brews? Or are those strength potions? Can't tell. I don't know what she drops. You got two extra mossy keys too from those kills. That's awesome. Strength pots? Okay, that was pretty. It's alright. Not like you have any problem making those with the 300 limpwort roots you got from the regular giants, though. Okay, let's see. It's string. Yeah, we need to convert this back to a name. The only problem I have is that I don't eat before coming into the office here. So I'm always tired by like noon. My body's out of energy. Oh, you found Obor? Okay, chat, you gotta tell me something because I'm living here in Poland, right? And they make chicken soup. But if there are any Americans here, we know we have chicken noodle soup. Now, they're very similar. However, there's pretty big differences in the way that you prepare it. In the US, when you make chicken noodle soup that isn't from a can, you cut up the ingredients, you throw in some bouillon or stock, and you cook it, right? Usually you can do it in like a slow cooker too. And then you eat it. You make the noodles, takes like 10 minutes, right? And then you combine it and you have your chicken noodle soup. In Poland, they throw the ingredients in whole and let it cook. And then when it's done, they take the ingredients out, cut them up, and add them back in. And they also don't add noodles to it. Which of these methods do you believe is the right way to do it? Because me and my fiance we cannot agree on this whatsoever. Yeah, I got the Ober here. Hill Giant Club at 33, that's pretty good. That's pretty spooned. I got spooned the Hill Giant Club as well. Thank God too, because I don't want to spend my whole life killing giants for keys. Can you repeat USA version? Yeah. So in US, you cut up the ingredients first. Let's pretend you're making it in like a crock pot, right? Like a slow cooker. You cut up the ingredients first. You add the stock and you cook it for like 4 hours on high on a slow cooker. And then if you want to add noodles, you just cook the noodles and then you add, the soup to it. So you do all the cutting beforehand, and then when the soup is done, you're just ready to eat it. You don't have to take anything out. I prefer this for 2 reasons. Number one, I think it's easier. And when the food is done, I just want to eat it. That's why I make food. And number 2, I actually do like the vegetables being a bit softer. Oh, and number 3, I know this is the big debate, right? And number 3, I think that having more surface area allows more of the vegetable flavor to infuse into the soup. Yeah, you were spooned both the Brio and the Hill Club. You were seriously very lucky. Everybody in Poland will say the Poland one is better, and I think everybody in the US would say the US version is better. Okay, cast, get widget. Create dynamic material instance. Oh yeah, yeah, I kind of want to do that. Your ham member pickpockets? Okay, we'll look at that. 1.3 thousand. You know what? Unfortunately, I think that Runelight, I had to change some profile options, and I think they got rid of my ham member pickpockets. But I had a ton. I had like 5 or something thousand. Yummy stuff, though. Yummy, yummy. Text out. I think we can just delete this. Do we want the temp color still? I could get the struct. Got a lot of hand pickpockets was farming them for clue scrolls. Yeah, same. They're the best for clue scrolls, for easy clues. Vegetables will spoil first. If you leave chicken soup with vegetables and meat, vegetables will spoil it at some point. If you plan to eat it in 1 to 2 days, that is no problem, but sometimes you want to make a really huge batch of chicken soup and it is better to split them. I mean, I can understand if you're making the bouillon itself and you want to keep the bouillon, but it's, for me, if I'm making chicken soup, I will always eat it within 1 to 2 days. I don't have any reason to have chicken stock on hand when I can just buy chicken stock for really cheap. So for me, especially in a slow cooker, I just kind of keep it in there. Well, the thing is, we keep it all in the US. Like when we make chicken noodle soup, everything we put in there, we are going to eat. Because we're not making the bouillon, we're not making the stock. We are using the stock to make soup. But urosu, which is it's potato soup is good. I like potato soup. I think it's just like a different view of soup. I don't know. It's a different view of soup, I think. Like when you make urosu, you're making the stock. And you pick the things out that you don't want to eat. But in the US, when you're making chicken soup or chicken noodle soup, you're eating everything that you're putting in, so you're picking the things out ahead of time. And if you put something like meat in on a bone, you're probably putting meat in a slow cooker that will fall off the bone, and you can just pick the bones out in a few minutes. But this way, you're not like taking out really hot things and cutting them up. I don't know. I think it's better to view chicken noodle soup from the US and urosu as two different things with different end goals, even though they taste similar and have very similar ingredients. But it's easy to make the mistake because when you tell people from Poland that we have a soup like this too, it's not really the same soup. Poland most households make rosu during nighttime. I mean, but I could do that too in a crock pot. You know what I mean, right? I don't know how popular these are in Poland. But just like a slow cooker. Actually, I think this is the exact one I have. Yeah, see, like for me, I can throw this in 4 hours on high and then it turns to just keep warm. And then by the next day, I have a whole huge batch of super tasty soup. Or stew or anything that I want to make in there, right? I made some... Not jambalaya, what's the other popular Cajun dish from New Orleans? There's jambalaya and there's... I can't think of it. Americans, help me. What's the most popular dish from New Orleans that I can't remember? Cajun dishes. Let me look it up. Gumbo. Okay, I made shrimp gumbo. And that was really awesome in the crock pot. So flavorful. Ridiculously flavorful. I like the crock pot just because of how easy it is. It's so easy to make something, a big batch of something, and then to clean up. Get widget, set text. I kind of do want to set the color. I could just get the... I could get the struct and just update the color. I mean, it's only temporary. We don't want to... I keep saying we don't want to do it this way, but then I don't change it. And display, is it? Oh, it is display. Okay, less controversial topic. Can we joke or just use topic of witch burning in books or games, or is it too soon? I don't think it's too soon. I think if anything, there's been more than enough time that we can joke about witch burnings. I mean, you could say that Monty Python already kind of brushed the topic with witches floating. I will say this though, the Salem witch trials in the US, I don't think they teach about that much. Did they teach about the Salem witch trials in Poland? It's really niche and obscure. I doubt that they did. There's so many more important things to spend time on. No, but you have films? There was a popular film with... Oh god, it had a really famous actress. What was her name? Posted your beginner caskets. Let me check them out here in a sec. Yeah, this should work. Oh wait, we don't call the function anywhere. I was gonna laugh. Witch hunting wasn't really a thing in Poland. It wasn't a huge thing in the US, except for in very specific places, like Salem. Salem, Massachusetts. Good stuff. It's a shame we didn't get the duplicate slippers or shoulder parrot. Yeah, if you ever get a chance, look at the Salem witch trials. Quite an interesting read. There was a movie made about it. I kind of forget. But no. Cultural depictions in literature, film. Oh yeah, it was the Crucible. Yeah, with Daniel Day-Lewis and Winona Ryder. And from what I remember, it was pretty good. Yeah, it won a lot of awards. That's a pretty good one to watch. Okay, event show tooltip. No, we want on event begin play setup ingredient. We have it called setup ingredient, but let's just change it to setup jar. Hello? Oh, we don't, okay. We don't do that either. I don't think we need any of this, right? Okay. Tooltip's not working. Why isn't tooltip? We do set up the text. Does it just not get any string? Did we not set this up correctly? Give me 1 sec, guys. I gotta hit the bathroom. And we'll fix this this bug. Oh shit. One sec. Oh, Cauldron. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm trying to AFK a star while I go to the bathroom. It's not an addiction, you guys. Not an addiction, okay? It's just a necessity. I'd be wasting XP. You don't want that, right? Nobody wants that. Alright, give me a couple minutes. I'll be back. We're back, bitches. Oh yeah. Let me switch my scene. Scene. This scene in OBS is called Scene. I haven't updated it. What did I miss? You didn't fix my bug without me, did you? Hopefully not. Maybe hopefully. I want to see why it... lavender, I mean, that should work. Unless it didn't. Radiant lavender. I mean, that is the right... It has to be. I mean, we're getting the right color, so it's absolutely the right ID. The text, ingredient name. Really should just rename that to tooltip name. Oh. Yeah, why are you not working? Oh yeah, you sent me the your easy clues so far. 1 mil from 25. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good. And that master clue. Did you ever give that what was it? The Brassican mage a shot? Have not given it a shot. Probably could. But let me add a breakpoint here. Ant lavender N. I don't understand. No, it's not updating the text. Lavender. Is that not the ID? Am I crazy? It absolutely is. Oh, we probably need N name. Duh. Now that should work. Oh, wait. That should have at least done the right... Why am I... I mean, I can fix... I know one of these things that we can fix. I know part of the problem, but I don't know why the n_name is not. And that is absolutely the right way to do it. ing lavender n name. It's string. This one is obviously just not working because of that. Can't really get many Slayer points until you complete smoking kills. There's a lot of prior quests. That's kind of lame. There they go. Yeah, my only problem is that I'd really like for the jar to actually be visible here. And it is not. Oh, there's an update coming out for... Oh, but it only needs Ithlin's little helper, which is pretty easy to do, and the Restless Ghost. I know about that quest. It isn't that bad. It's kind of weird that it requires that, but that's pretty easy to get. Oh my god, there's a lot of updates to the new league. Wowee. And a lot of new worlds. Good. Oh, you can't get points until 35 Slayer. Yeah, that would be dumb. No fun. What did I want to fix? Oh yeah, the camera. I don't know if we can do much about that just because the HUD... We really don't have a ton of space to work with here. Just because of how big that these panels are. I could probably make this panel a little bit smaller. And get the Slayer helmet until like 70 to 80. Jesus. That's like one of the first things you should get in OSRS Slayer. That and then the bigger and badder perk, right? So you can get superiors. Usually superiors first, and then you can get the Slayer helm after that. That juicy ranged and magic XP boost. Or, I'm sorry, damage and accuracy boost. But let me make this... Try 400. I mean, some of these Latin names are probably going to be pretty large. 450 maybe? is a lot of padding here. I still don't get why there's so much padding on the side of this. I don't have any content. Oh, you know what I do? That'll help a little. I forgot it was a button, and buttons always come with default padding. Well, that looks a lot better, for sure. $450 is the lowest I can do. Why is there so much space over here? R.set res 1280 720 would. That didn't do it. I don't remember what the set res. Wait, I don't think you need the X there, right? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know shit. It's not really important that we see the jar, it's just more of like an immersion thing, but I'm just curious why this is so far left. When in here, it certainly has more room. I mean, one way we could probably save space is by having it's just by reordering this, because this right now is completely unused space. And we could probably move this over. The description can kind of come from there as well. And then we could squish it a bit. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just nitpicking. I'm nitpicking. The tooltip is working. That's the important thing. The tooltip is working. The cabinet, bare bones, is working. As intended. I mean, before we go any further with this, though, I wanted to start work on some of the documentation, or at least get a gameplay loop made. Finally, I have it in my mind, but I just need to actually put it on the paper and get the game's pillars made. Do a little bit of design work. Take a break from in-engine stuff. Even though this is working pretty well. I gotta admit. Before we go any further with like cabinet stuff, which is gonna be a lot of data processing and sorting. The processing station too, which will be a fair bit of work. Oop. Oop. Pillars and gameplay loop. Fun, fun, fun. Well, we should do it. We should do it. It's not going to be as fun to watch, I imagine. Reading game documentation, but it is one of those things that I think is a mystery to a lot of non-developers. So hopefully we can provide some insight into it. 59 range and 39 Slayer once I finish the Slayer task. Dude, nice. 60 ranged I think will give you access to the Dark Bow. 61 is the Runite crossbow. Then you can do broad bolts too. But I think you need you need 50 Slayer for broad bolts or something. 55. But that's not too far away. Is the cat emote actually functioning right now? You guys see the cat emote? Oh, I do see it. It's there. Dude, that's so dumb. It's so stupid. This is our follower emote until we have our proper emotes made. It's so dumb. Yeah, your cat's much better. Get out of here. I don't care. Product activate. I don't care about product activation. Okay. Let's do the gameplay loop. Now let's do the pillars first. Let's do pillars. Let's make our pillars. New diagram, blank diagram. Cauldron, Chronicles, pillars. No, pick folder. Game dev. Don't ask any questions about stuff you see here, okay? Just put them in there. Put it in there. I'll sort it out later. I do have follower emotes, yeah. Or at least it says so. Show you. I have 5 free follower emote slots. And then we have 6 standard tier 1 emote slots, 2 animated tier 1 slots, and then a tier 2 and a tier 3. Still don't have mine open? I don't know what the... I don't know what the requirements are to get them. I just had them when I checked recently. That's kind of weird. You have like way more followers than me. you have way more followers than me. That's really weird. I don't know what. Maybe you can ask Twitch support. Maybe there's some bug. Or maybe they'll just open them up for you. Okay, so we talked about gameplay pillars recently, and I told you that I like to structure mine as a sort of like Roman type of pillar, where you have different sections of stone being used, because they didn't usually just use one big long stone to do it, because it'd be really hard to move it, and it would be very easy to break it. So they did it in smaller bits. So you have your base, but then you have your pillar. Can we make this bigger? I want to make this bigger. You have your base, you got your pillar. You got your top. But then you have your sub sections, as I like to. Actually, I think I had a better name for it, but I don't remember what it was. Why are you centering? Center. Please be center. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. Can you please be center? Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah. So I like to do this where I have these larger pillars and then these sub pillars, and these help me to refine what I mean. So when I put like alchemy, right, as a core pillar of our game, what are the things that I'm wanting to achieve with this alchemy system that make it such an important part, such a pillar of our game? We also need to make this text bigger. My side panel. Make it bold, make it big. Make it Comic Sans, let's go. No, I can't do that to myself. Can I like color this in a more pleasing column type of way? There we go, gray and orange. Like it. Okay, alchemy is one core pillar. The other core pillar is our open world. And our third pillar, which I wish it were give me an equidistant away here, but it isn't, is the NPCs. And I don't think we'll have a fourth pillar. Like, this is the core to making our game something unique, is this combination of focuses. having this, an immersive alchemy system that allows you to craft with freedom, an open world that achieves a certain amount of discoverability and variation, and secrets and things like that, different activities to do, and NPCs that have unique stories that change the way you. Well, it'll change the goals that you set yourself based on whether or not you want to help or hinder, do certain things for them. You don't want to do certain things for them. We need to refine how we describe this and then refine it further into these subsections. So starting with alchemy. And remember, this is something that we refine. These pillars are something that we deal with throughout pre-production. So they're not going to be like set in stone immediately after finishing this. This is something that we might change the wording of a little bit if it's too confusing. We might remove a subsection and add a different one if we feel our priorities have changed, or if we feel that one aspect of this is not as important as a new aspect of the game, we might remove a pillar and add a new one throughout pre-production. But when entering production, you absolutely should have this. You shouldn't be changing your major pillars in production stage ever. You might just change the wording to be a bit more clear. Okay, I think for alchemy, immersion is really important to me. And we're just going to put the words here now, the words that we can quickly use to define that, and then we will expand upon it. For me, it's about immersion. It's about freedom of creation. So not just being hindered by pre-existing recipes, right? Which it doesn't mean we can't have recipes in the game that give you some hint, right? Because even Elder Scrolls has little notes you can find that give you recipes. But it means we're not hindered by needing to add A and B to receive C. There are always other options to give you better potion, worse potion, different tasting potion. And I think the third one for me would be I don't know of like a single word to describe it, but I want everything to have a use. I want it all to be useful, either for the open world or for the NPCs. And I guess usefulness. Maybe we can thesaurus this. Useful. See if there's anything. Not really. Functional? No. No. I would say just like everything has a use. Everything is useful. To me, those three things I think is what's going to be the most important aspect of creating our alchemy system. And we're starting to build on that immersion, right, by allowing you to interact with things directly, to manipulate the ingredients directly and not through just clicking a button or the less UI the better, but we use UI in the world or in a way right now that doesn't take you out of the flow of creation, usually. And that can be refined and iterated on throughout pre-production and throughout work on our vertical slice, but it's also, you know, UI elements can also be iterated on throughout development as well. So those parts of the system are not set in stone. And freedom of creation just means being able to make what we want when we want, not being hindered by weird rules or conflicts. We have some in place, you know, only having like the 5 ingredient limit, or not being able to put in variants of the same ingredient. That way you can't just put in a whole bunch of lavender of different types into the potion and get a potion with that effect, with all those effects. That would obviously be a bit broken. Yeah, and that looks good. Everything else is useful, and that we'll explain that more as we go into like the open world and NPC aspect of this. Okay, for the open world, for me, good examples of the games that I'm being inspired by for the open world would be Zelda, like the newer ones, Slime Rancher, Genshin Impact. For me, I really like the freedom that these games allow for, especially like Genshin and Zelda, with the way you explore and the tools that you use to explore and to uncover secrets or to get through obstacles. I would also say The Witness to some extent, with its variation in biomes and different obstacles and puzzles in different biomes. So each one kind of feels not only distinct visually, but distinct mechanically. So I would say like activity variation. We want you to be able to do more than just pick ingredients in this world. If that's all that the open world was, it would be... It just wouldn't have... It just wouldn't be that interesting, I don't think. That's not to say that the simplicity of going into a place with a task and completing the task is bad. It's certainly not to say that, because there is you can create a lot of depth through the simplicity. But we want to do that by allowing you to use potions in the open world to help you solve puzzles, to find new spots with ingredients, or to open up shortcuts, things of that nature. So you are still going out into the world, discovering things, finding ingredients, but there's variation in the way that you do it. And by the way, if you guys see anything in here that you disagree with, or that you don't think I'm explaining well, or it doesn't sound fun, just speak up. This is very much an open floor to talk. I mean, if you're just listening and lurking and, you know, you find the subject matter interesting, that's cool too, but don't be afraid to speak up. This is something that we're building together, right? And it's not decided yet, right? This is just the vision that I see in my mind, but I can have bad ideas, I can have good ones, you can have good ideas and bad ideas. Just share them, we find the best one, and we move forward. Activity variation. I want to also put... Not like realism, right? That's not what we're aiming for at all. This is a stylized game inspired by, you know, Studio Ghibli, but inspired by anime, by cartoons. We want vibrancy. What are some vibrancy, like a magical, like enchanting feeling, whimsical, something you can go into and it feels nostalgic and welcoming, even though you've just entered this world for the first time. However, I want the placement of ingredients to be believable. If you think that mushrooms are going to grow near decaying logs in a forest, I want you to find mushrooms there. If you think that cattails, for instance, right, like the these that grow in like marshy, boggy areas or next to rivers or lakes, this is where you should find them. You know, I want everything to be in a place where you can say, oh, it makes sense that it's growing here. So we don't have necessarily randomized ingredient spawns. We have specific spots where we are spawning ingredients. When you pick them, they take time to grow back. And only during certain seasons. So, you know, you might be able to find mushrooms in spring, summer, and autumn, but not in winter. But once we, you know, go to that new season, back to spring again, you might find them growing there again. I would say just realism is not the best word to use here. But believability. It's like a mix. It's a mix of realism and believability. But we're cutting realism where we don't want it and cutting believability where we don't want it. It's not realism in its art style, it's realism in its presentation is maybe a decent word, but not the best. Should we outsource this to, if you guys can think of anything better, a better way to describe what I'm saying, or if you don't understand, I'll try to explain it more and we'll just keep iterating on it. But I might outsource this to Chat GPT. I'm making no, we're gonna start it with sup. I'm making an open world for my game that in its mechanical nature is realistic. So, for instance, we have realistic biomes like marshes, forests, beaches, etc. We also have realistic spawning of plants and animals. So if you expect to find a mushroom near decaying logs, it will be there. Also have, what was the other thing that we mentioned? Let's just go with this. It's pretty good at picking up intent like this. I need a word to describe the nature of. Wait. However, the art style of our game is certainly not realistic, and we don't intend to aim for full realism with the game, just in certain aspects that the player expects or the mechanics being presented. I need a word to describe the nature of this open world design, but am not sure that realistic is proper way to do so. Authentic. Is there a short phrase that might work even better? This is for game and design pillars. Mechanically authentic, visually stylized. That I actually like that. Mechanically authentic, visually stylized. ChatGPT, you always come in clutch, I gotta admit. Any of you are wondering if I use AI in my work, I absolutely do. It is very good for these types of things to work through a problem by outsourcing some of your thoughts to this supercomputer. Okay. It was mechanically authentic, visually fuck, dude, that's so good. Visually stylized. Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna use that so much in the future to describe, hey, what's your open world like? Mechanically authentic, visually stylized. Which, I mean, we could have arrived to something similar, but I like the simplicity of that. I think that to people who know games, and certainly people who know game dev, this is a very good way to describe it. I'm not sure how well understood this would be to people who don't know much about games. Okay, so we have like activity variation, and some of these other ones, again, we can just refine how we refer to them, because this is a very good way to refer to this sub pillar or this subsection of the pillar. I think we need to talk a little bit about I guess, visually how our visual inspirations for this. For me, it's a lot of nature themes. It's a lot of natural phenomenons in the world that inspire me a lot, or interesting things that we can make. If we can show you some examples, I like a lot of stuff on Twitter, which I should be bookmarking them, but I can show you some of the. Well, let me find my. Here we go. The problem is that I like a lot of memes, and if we just start scrolling through my likes, you're just gonna find some really stupid stuff. But then in between those, there is often There's often some stuff about nature that I really enjoy. Okay, yeah, shit like this. This to me is really cool. These misty, like, moss-covered, draping, wild-looking trees and river flowing through it. To me, this is awesome. This would make a really cool biome. I don't even know what you would call it, but some sort of like mystical forest almost. This is a restaurant in Thailand. Dude, what an awesome restaurant. That to me is great. And even stuff like this, just turtle sleeping on sponge, just little things that you might be able to see that if we have the budget, we can add some life to this world. In yawning turtle, yawning sleepy turtle. I mean, come on. How can you say no to that? Cute. I don't know, I just like some really stupid stuff. Good game. What else we got? Where's my nature inspiration? Oh, yeah. This too. I love it. Also, probably will do Edgar's Ruse and Arms Big Adventure once I get 31 Herblore. My Arms Big Adventure is pretty great. That's a pretty funny quest. Everything with the troll quests are just really funny. Hold on. I really hope there isn't something really questionable that I liked and forgot about. As I say that, okay. Like I said, there's just a lot of I'm a meme enjoyer, okay? Yeah, the bioluminescent plankton would be so awesome to have. Imagine raining on our beaches and I don't know, during the night, there's a rare chance that it could show that. That to me is a unique, beautiful experience that people will want to share. I think creating experiences like that are wonderful. I could not show off my Twitter likes on stream. Yeah, I'm a little worried there might be something here that will be the same. I don't think so, because I know that like my parents or my mom for sure see some of this. Dude, shout out to Robert Irwin, by the way. Looking just like his dad over here. I like a lot of cat stuff. A lot of things regarding cats. That's my jam. Okay. Where's some more? Where's some more nature inspiration? Maybe I need to like more nature stuff so that they show it to me more often. I'm liking too many memes and it's showing. Okay, shit like this too. Dude, I've never heard of this sea slug, but oh my god, dude, this would be so cool. Imagine it's just like a really nice animal that you can go up and you can harvest these off of as it grows them or something. Come on, that'd be so cool. That's a really good rain shader. That's really nice. Yeah, that looks really nice. Yeah, send me anything. We just need some inspiration for stuff. Once we get an environment, I guess there's some questionable stuff here. Once we get an environment artist, we can. Okay, look, the chaotic nightclub photos account is really, really great to follow, but yeah, I probably can't show. I don't think it'll get me in trouble, but I won't take chances. That's so true. I want to get one of these. If you have never seen these videos, just look up the Otamatone videos and trust me, they are something different. That's all I can do before I'll get DMCA'd for that. Trust me though, it's worth it. Man, I guess I don't like enough nature videos and screenshots and stuff. Oh yeah, look at this. Look at that. I mean, this is a fear, I imagine. This is creepy as hell. But my god, is it awesome. Corpse wasps? Is that what they're called? Ooh. Wait, they're stingless bees? They're safe. I still wouldn't feel safe being around them. That just is. Yeah. I'm gonna pass. Look at this junior 3D animator making this animation. A junior 3D animator, by the way. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call whoever has hired them and tell them to give them a raise because holy shit, dude, this looks so good. That looks so good. You send pics? Where'd you send pics? I don't have any pics. Did you send it to the wrong person on accident? Okay, one more inspiring image. You? I don't have them. No, that's the bot. That's our bot. I'm Maester Silvio. Okay, this caterpillar that looks like literally a cat pillar. This is pretty great. Okay, one more. We got it. This is our small break. Oh yeah, this vivipary. When seeds or embryos begin to develop before they detach from the parent. This was a really cool idea that I thought would be awesome to create some like new type of. This would be a cool fruit to have in the game. Something that did this as it like ripened or something. I don't know, but this was a really cool concept to me. Oh yeah, dude, there's some cool stuff. This reminds me of a lot of like the glacier made regions in Wisconsin. I like this stuff. To me, like a good open world to explore is one that, yeah, no worries, is one that is, it provides just unique vistas that you can't get in other games that lead to unique things, right? It's not just having something cool to go look at and go do, but also to have something that you obtain from that. Because, gamers are gamers, right? We like the reward. But the brilliance of like exploring Elden Ring, the brilliance of exploring Genshin even, is that when you go to some place that as a gamer you think, maybe there's something down there. 9 times out of 10 there is something down there, right? And I think From Software and Genshin are great at this. That every time you think maybe there's an item, maybe there's something here, there is. That natural discovery from your curiosity, right? Now this like overgrown natural tunnel and small little stream bed that I bet when it snows, I don't know if it snows where, but I bet that there's a lot more water running through this if it rains heavily or if there's snow that melts. So I would say just like, what would be the word for it? Like maybe we need like 4 sub pillars to this, because we have one for, I guess, like naturally inspired. Many variations. And I would say like a 4th one would be just like discovery with reward. Rewarding discovery. Maybe discovery through exploration. Because to me, these are 2 different words, right? A game says that there's this big open world to explore. That doesn't mean anything. Oh, I got some more. Because what's the point of... Oh yeah, nice high walls. That'd be a great place for a cave too. Some really pretty stuff. To me, the wonderful aspect of exploration is to lead to discovery. You explore in an open world game because you want to find something that you've never seen before, or obtain something that you didn't have before. Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Datu. Always appreciate having you here. Thank you for the images, though, and take care. We'll talk more about RuneScape later when you wake up or something. Where'd you go? That is not an equal distance. Yeah, I would say like there's almost a fifth one, but I don't want to add 5 to this. It's just the open world to me needs to be really, really important. It needs to be a core aspect of this game, and it isn't just an added open world for the sake of having an open world. If you can't do something unique to it, there's no point. Dude, that bridge is really nice. It reminds me of like some... There's a bridge. The Headless Horseman Bridge. It gives me that same kind of thought. Good stuff. As I was saying, we don't want an open world in our game that just exists to be an open world for no purpose. It's not a selling point if we just claim that there's an open world and expect players to be hyped up about that. I don't think players are hyped up about open worlds anymore because they're just... It's a big open landscape that you traverse and there's nothing there for you. I mean, Starfield came under fire for having something that was too open without enough to do in it, right? You know, I think I've been to a couple of the state parks in Indiana, but not that many. It's just because it was around where we lived, right? Because I'm from Wisconsin, and that would make sense why it looks kind of similar because I think the glaciers did push down into Indiana as well. Man, dude, the maple trees. I think that's a maple tree. I'm pretty sure those are the ones that get that nice, beautiful red color in the autumn. Those rolling hills, those rolling glacier hills full of the colors in the autumn. That's one of the things that I want to. Turkey Run Shades in Brown County State Park. Yeah. It would be cool to have a high vantage point in our world where you can see some of these different biomes meeting and you can kind of plan out where you need to go to get certain ingredients. But for me, it's like this, the discovery that comes from the exploration has to be built in keeping it mechanically authentic so you can use real world knowledge to make assumptions and have those assumptions turn out to be factual. And you can explore in areas that we've built to provide you with something unique or rare or special and be rewarded by that. So all of these combined really need to equal an open world that isn't just an open world for the sake of trying to sell it to players. These give it purpose. These give it logic. Rather than sprinkling through, rather than like sprinkling POIs, points of interest, through procedural generation, we want it all to be hand placed. No procedural generation. It's like maybe we need to combine that, like activity variation. I don't know if activity variation is a good sub-pillar, but it kind of is. We had another flowchart, didn't we? I think it was the production. No, wait, no. Oh, I wanted to open a new window. So we had this, right? Like, you have the open world, you have farming. These give you ingredients. These go into the cauldron for alchemy. Provides you with potions or food. And then you can use those in NPCs or in the open world and get rewarded. So to me, it's actually that this needs to just be very open-ended and immersive, and it's kind of simplistic in its design almost, or at least in its pillars and its understanding. Make whatever you want, be immersed by it, have fun. This is where we actually apply a lot of the uses for it. And a good chunk of the game. I see the game as having... Let me boost up. I'll show you my percentages that I have in mind. So I see interacting with NPCs as being probably 25% of the game. Probably 20% of the game. I see alchemy as being 20%, and I would definitely say yeah, I think this would be a good first estimate for the gameplay percentages. And it's mainly because NPCs in the alchemy are kind of working in tandem, right? You have two sections, you have your hut and the open world. And so really it means that you're going to be spending like 40% of your time in the hut and 60% of your time in the open world. But what you do in the hut is split between two larger pillars, which is interacting with NPCs and making potions. But you make potions for NPCs and for yourself. So if you have like 2 hours to play, right? You are spending, what is that? It's 120 minutes. So you spend an hour and 12 minutes in the open world, and you spend 48 minutes of that interacting with NPCs and talking and making potions. That to me seems relatively decent as a sort of estimation. And so it makes sense to me why we have just a bit more content being thrust into the open world aspect of this, just because that's where most of the player's time is being spent. But that doesn't mean that these two can't be interesting, right? It just means that this is your playground, right? Or I guess the open world is your playground. And this is your tool set, and this is your goals. Open world playground, alchemy tool set, NPCs are your goals. And their quests, their rewards, their adventures, their stories. And it also goes towards pacing. So a lot of things that game designers have to think about is the pacing of the player's game time, right? You wouldn't think that so much publisher or producer or game designer thought is put into what you're doing every second while you're playing the game, but it kind of is. We always want to know when the player starts up our game, what are they doing? How long are they doing it? How long does the player spend in this level, in that level? How long is the tutorial? You know, all of these can impact the metrics of the game and the feelings of a game. If you've ever played a game where everybody unanimously agrees that a level is just too long and it drags on, this was either a mistake that they didn't cut out enough scope, they didn't trim it up enough, they didn't iterate, or they thought it wouldn't be that bad, but it turned out to be that bad and they never fixed it. So, you know, if we're pushing the player into the open world too much that they don't ever spend that much time at the hut, relaxing and doing regular things, then they can feel as if the pacing is bad, as if they're constantly having to go out and collect ingredients. It's boring. It's time consuming. It doesn't. I want to talk with NPCs. I want to learn about them. I want to make potions. It's an alchemy game. Why am I not making potions? But then again, I don't think that an alchemy game needs to have a majority of the time spent making potions. I just think that the potion making needs to be a core part in making that fun. And you know, you can't just have the open world and NPCs, right? Because what do you give them? So it's like the alchemy is really, it's the tool set. It's the processing of your bounty. Yeah, that makes sense. Hopefully it makes sense. It makes sense to me. I don't know if it makes sense to you guys, but the game is in my mind and not in yours necessarily. So if I say something and it doesn't make sense, you should tell me, and that way I can find a way to communicate it in a way that is better for you guys. Okay, NPCs need to be unique stories with how do I put this? Let me talk about it first. Let me talk about the NPCs. We don't want every single one to be a moral conundrum. There can be some NPCs that are just regular customers that don't have something great or something terrible happening to them. Maybe they're just an interesting personality. It's just that crazy farmer who lives pretty close by and he's always coming in for the same thing. And you get to know him more and more. There's nothing crazy going on in his life. He complains about small things, but that's because to him they're important because that's his life. There may not be a moral conundrum here. He's just a funny, interesting character. I would say unique personalities is the goal. Not necessarily unique characters or... Let me put it this way, Mass Effect. People love the characters of Mass Effect. But a lot of these characters are... not necessarily stereotypes, but they're archetypes, right? They're character archetypes. They are very much archetypical. You get what I mean. They're very much like that, but it's the performance, it's the design of them, it's their personalities that get developed over the course of this like 80-hour journey, right? That is, that makes you fall in love with them, that makes you remember them. And it's really that hits home. It's unique personalities with, I guess, unique personalities and human stories. Unique personalities, human stories. Because of course we are human, we relate to things that are human. And if the story itself is about some alien bullshit that we don't really understand or know anything about, we can empathize with it, we can sympathize with it, but we can't necessarily empathize with it very well. That said, I think another focus is that we want the player to develop relationships in a very free way. That our story does not require every character to be important. You are not an important part of the story. You're almost, I guess, a middleman to other people's stories. You are. I mean, you're the shopkeeper that they stop by, right? To get their alchemical needs, their medicinal needs, alchemical, whatever. I don't want to say you're unimportant to the story, but that you are. You are a spectator to their stories. A spectator and an influencer. Does that make sense? The player spectates and influences stories. They don't create new stories with the NPCs necessarily. It's not like you're given a quest in this fantasy game and you go slay the dragon. Somebody else, an NPC, has that quest to go out and slay that dragon. But they all need potions. And maybe you don't give them the right one. Maybe you ignore them entirely. You're out busy collecting ingredients. And you're like, I don't care who's there. Player spectates. How do I write this? Like, player spectates and influences stories. And I think one of the other pillars in the way that we tell this is that nothing is outright explicit, and I use explicit in this way to refer to the I refer to it purely in this objective way, stated clearly and in detail, leaving no room for confusion or doubt. Not every person is going to come in and know exactly what they want, right? This is not an establishment where they see something on the wall, they know what they want, they pick it. It's more, they come in and you need to talk to them, you need to learn about them. What are you in here for? How can I help you? You're the expert. You're the one that's supposed to be providing something to them that's fresh. That it's specifically catered to their problem, right? You are more of a you're being commissioned to make a unique and specific solution to, or you're commissioned to make a specific solution to a unique problem. And every time that's different. But you need to understand the specifics of the problem, right? You need to ask for detail, ask for clarification, to clearly understand you need this potion for this reason. It can't cost too much. Or you need 2 potions and I can maybe combine them into one to, you know, get a bit more money, or to solve your problem more specifically. I would say like non-explicit commissions requiring clarification. Oh, that's really long. Non-explicit commissions. I just misspelled that. Require clarification. I would say those are kind of the core. Those are the core focuses. And while I know that some have stated that this isn't a new, there's no new concepts here, that you can find things like this in other games, I do think that this is, from my perspective, a very unique combination of things that you find in other games that certainly hasn't been done in an alchemy game. And not to the level that I want to do it, and certainly not to the what am I thinking of? Not just scope, but quality that I'm expecting from this. Because we are a 3D game, right? This is going to be a 3D title. But I think this covers just about everything. Immersion, freedom of creation, everything is useful in alchemy. An open world with various activities that is mechanically authentic, visually stylized, inspired by nature and natural occurrences, and has a lot of discovery through the exploration of the open world. And NPCs with unique personalities but still human stories. The player spectates and influences stories but doesn't directly create new ones necessarily. You're very much getting little vignettes of these characters' lives. Every time that they come in, they're updating you on what they've been doing, how they succeeded or failed due to your influence, and what new things have occurred in the world since they last came in. Because if you remember, if you haven't been here, or you forgot, you are in an alchemist hut that's very isolated, that's very far away from civilization. And you don't often see customers come in, but when they do, you require them to kind of fill you in on the world, so you understand big events that happen. Maybe a king died or something. How the hell are you going to hear about it? You don't have a newspaper, you don't have internet. You know, you hear about it from the passersby that wander in. You know, maybe some war was lost, or some war was started, and it can change who comes into the place. Maybe there are more refugees who come in who are looking for healing and for food, and you don't really understand why until you learn about this. So to me, there's a lot of potential there for something unique, for something interesting and memorable from a story perspective. Okay, let's then start to expand upon each of these and fill out the text here. Immersion. Alchemy is done through fewer menus and more direct what was the word that I used? Altering, processing, manipulation, a more direct manipulation of ingredients. I can zoom in too. I think it's probably a little small for you guys. That better? I mean, to be honest, this is a really good thing just to lurk in the background. I don't think you have to see the text. Hopefully I'm narrating in a way that makes sense. Alchemy is done through fewer menus and more direct manipulation of ingredients. The goal is to give players the maximum possible feeling of creating potions with their bare hands, so to speak. Freedom of creation. How do we define this one more? Just putting minimal roadblocks in place, putting few, minimizing obstacles for alchemical creations. That is a word. The word alchemical is a word. Minimizing obstacles for alchemical creations to enable the player to create what they want with the resources they want. I mean, I don't think that requires any further. See, because these game pillars are meant as a way to say, okay, hey, this new thing we've made, this new system we want to put in our game, does it hold up to these pillars? If I implement a new feature in the game that limits freedom of creation, is that actually what we want to do? No, probably not. But sometimes limits are important to provide the player with direction, right? If you have a game without limits, that is just complete freedom. Trust me, a lot of new game devs, especially like new MMO devs, want this. They want maximum freedom, you can do anything. Yeah, but if the player can do anything, they don't know what to do. Having goals, having direction, knowing that they need to at least move in direction A to accomplish eventually B, C, D, or X, Y, Z. This is really great for the player. Don't just drop them in an open world. Provide them with a tunnel that slowly opens up into the open world. Start them in the tunnel. You know, it's very... Take Elden Ring, for example. Elden Ring had the tutorial cave, right, that you go down into, which a lot of people missed. Kind of funny. You go down in there, it's a linear cave, right? Completely linear. You fight some enemies, you collect some ingredients, you kill a boss, and then it opens you up into the open world. You've learned the basics. You understand your general goal. If you've never played those games before, you at least can do that and understand your general goal. Kill small enemies, collect things, utilize different methods to take care of enemies, and then kill big boss. This is the general loop of Elden Ring, right? And giving the player a way to understand the gameplay loop in a very small, contained, usually quick way is the best way to formulate that. Because then they can go into the open world and they can say, okay, I know what to do because the game taught me what to do and how to do it. Of course, Elden Ring, they have these, I don't know how you would describe the From Software design choices to put those really, really tough bosses right away for the player. I mean, they're like teaching moments, right? You're not meant to fight the guy on the horse when you go into Elden Ring. You're meant to go around him and come back later. And it's teaching you that you have the freedom to engage with things when you feel like it, when you feel ready for it. Why did I even start talking about this? I don't even know what I was on. I just got on a tangent and started talking about it. Okay, well, game design is fun to talk about. Okay, everything is useful. This means that potions and effects need to have some understandable use in the open world and or with NPCs. This is so that we don't, as fun as it is to think of some potion that does some funny effect, if you have too many of those, it dilutes the actual usefulness, the actual mechanical usefulness of potions. Or if you don't, at least if you don't explicitly tie them to certain ingredients that the player can understand are more for funny or entertaining purposes. Some of it is okay, too much of it will dilute the effect pool and have a negative impact on the alchemy system. Activity variation, I kind of want to just call it variety of activities. Yeah, let's just do variety of activities. Also, give me like 5 seconds because I need those dopamine points on the side. And I need to mine. Okay, gotta mine, guys. I need the stardust. 15 kills. Ooh, that's a good one. I guess I can take some time and ask you if you're, any of you are interested in any upcoming games. Or anything on the summer sale, autumn sale. Look interesting to you. Summer sale. I'm not sure. I've already spent a lot of money this year on games. I'm not sure if there's anything that I really, really want right now. I'm also looking at my business account, so there's stuff I already own. Just not my main account. Not sure. Alright. So I think we've got alchemy done. Open world, let's start to explain. Variety of activities. I don't know if this is as much a pillar. Hey Bartosz, how you doing? You got gifted a sub, by the way, yesterday. I don't know if you saw it. You are officially a subscriber. Yeah. We don't have any emotes yet, though. But I can show you the emotes. I'll show you what we have in progress. Where is it? Not here. I have to use my Prime on some pool streams now. Exactly. Here are the in-progress emotes that we're having made. The sketches. They look pretty good. Yeah, she did a lot of work, the artist that I commissioned. She's done other art for streams that I know use like anthropomorphic animals. So I thought she'd be perfect for bringing Riley the Raptor to life in emote form, and yeah, they look pretty good. I'm pretty excited. And we're just working on game pillars. Something that I know you don't have much experience seeing in the games that you've worked on, right? Not gonna name any names. Yeah, we're gonna have the sub-tier icons too. I'm doing the emotes first, but yeah, I'm gonna commission those as well. Yeah, something like that. I haven't thought about what we want to do, but bronze, silver, gold could work. We're starting with emotes because those are the most important, at least for the moment. Because everybody's just going to be a tier 1 or a 1 month sub for at least the next month. We'll probably need different. We'll need something because we're gonna have, you know, eventually 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, so on and so forth. We're gonna run out of colors to do. Yeah, variety of activities in the open world. I'm not a huge fan of the term for that. Because we want to have some form of like combat via potions. We want to have a fishing minigame because we need to have a fishing minigame. But it's also referring to like puzzles and discoverables, right? Like secret areas, hidden things you can do. You know, like on midnight on the final day of summer, if you pour a specific potion over these rocks, something emerges or something, right? I wouldn't really call that Easter egg, but more maybe just call them activities. I just use the word activities to refer to all of it, but I don't think it's the greatest term. I would just say like I have the hiccups. I would just say maybe like just distractions. Yeah, more like, but there's both. Because like fishing is an activity. Discovering secret areas is an activity. Maybe just a variety of activities / events. And that can cover both of it. I guess like, and this provides multiple pathways of progression in the open world that aren't just go find ingredient, collect ingredient, come back. Multiple pathways of progression. It's an activity if you do it for yourself, but it's an event if you do it for a task reward. Here's the thing, so I would almost say that, because we want to have a lot of discovery, right? So if you see a waterfall in a game, right, you expect that there's something behind it. You get disappointed when there isn't something behind it. So it's discovery for reward. And that, I would say, discovery itself is, or exploration is an activity that leads to discovery. Okay, we're getting into game design abstraction here, but I think that makes sense. Yeah. In a certain driving game that will remain nameless, I'm not sure there's much discovery through exploration. But that's also kind of why I never really appreciated one-to-one recreations of real places, just because there isn't any discovery left. If you know where everything is, there's nothing to discover. You know, Minecraft and other games that have similar types of exploration, they will always have discovery because it's, you know, it's randomized. You don't know what. You can add things to real places, and I think you should add things to real places. It should be inspired by a real place, but not a one-to-one recreation, right? Like Los Santos in GTA 5. That's the city, right? Los Santos. That to me is a great example, and Rockstar does this every time, right? They are inspired by real locations, and then they throw in some crazy shit, some cool jumps, half-finished bridges, and all this stuff to make it feel unique. Yeah, meeting. Fun. I'm glad I don't have those. Yet. So yeah, the variety of activities and events provides you with multiple pathways of progression via various means of, or various things to do and engage in, always providing the player with a choice. Or just with choices. With directions to move in. Nah, but player with. He's providing player with, I guess, just a choice of direction. Multiple pathways of progression via various things to do and engage in, always providing the player with a choice of direction. We never want to pigeonhole. We never want to pigeonhole the player into a specific activity. We don't want to pigeonhole player into a specific activity in the open world. I think that makes sense. Mechanically authentic and visually stylized. This is the one that ChatGPT was smart enough to come up with, because we couldn't think of anything. Or we couldn't think of a way to describe what we wanted. And sometimes it just has a really great way of communicating certain things. Communicates a commitment to believability and consistency in the world's rules. We build understanding. We build like allow the player to naturally understand rules of the world by recreating, by mimicking, mimicking. Wait, do you put a K in mimicking? Okay, put a K in there. By mimicking many of the rules from our own world, seasons, weather, ingredients, locations, but we know when and where to diverge, like not for fantasy, but for uniqueness, I guess. We allow the player to naturally understand rules of the world by mimicking many of the rules from our own world, seasons, weather, ingredient, locations, but we know when and where to diverge for uniqueness. I think that's pretty fair. Biomes and locations in the game draw inspiration from real world geographical features. Geographical features and man-made structures. Is man-made hyphenated? Yeah. Biomes and locations of the game draw inspiration from real-world geographical features. Technically, biomes aren't a geographical feature, right? They're marsh. Oh. Terrain ecological? Ecosystem. Boulderland. What the fuck is a boulderland? Boulder is a low-lying tract of land that forms an artificial hydrological entity enclosed by embankments noted. I know what a dike is. Like the physical feature, guys, not the slur. But I've never heard of polder. Well, I've heard of polder, I just know this is what it meant. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun designing the biomes that we want in our game. Alright, biomes and locations in the game draw inspiration from real world geographical features and man-made structures. Fantastical elements are then layered on top to can be added to create something visually distinct. Discovery through exploration. Now, we described this well, but we need to trim down the wording of it. More of exploration is an open world activity that leads to discovery. Reward player curiosity by placing something interesting and or useful and believable at the points where player curiosity leads. Exploration is an open world activity that leads to discovery. Reward player curiosity by placing something interesting and or useful and believable at the points where player curiosity. Yeah. I think that's a pretty good way to describe it. Right? Because curiosity is a tool, it leads you to a location. What's over there? What's behind there? Maybe something is there, maybe something isn't there. And I don't know the specific methodology that like From Software or Genshin uses, or the developers use. It's probably just watching playtesters, getting curious people to play the game and to see where they go, and having experienced level designers who know how to draw the player curiosity, draw the player interest, and then put something there. Or, tell like the game designers that, hey, we want to put something here. Can you think of something balanced and appropriate to put there? Yeah, I'd love to know their workflow for that. Man, I wonder if I can get in touch with you. The problem is that From Software is Japanese, and the Genshin developers are Chinese, I believe. I mean, I'm sure that they have global people, but I think that their core design team is probably within that culture and ethnicity. It might be difficult to reach them to ask about that. We might have to just develop our own tool sets and documentation about how we achieve that. That would be my thought, at least. Why did you get put down? Stop doing that. No, that's fine. Like, you don't need to include gameplay percentages here, but as a designer, if I'm being introduced to a project, or if I'm put in charge as a lead, or just even if I'm working on any project, from a design perspective, I want to know the gameplay percentages, because I want to know how important these systems are to the player's average hour of gameplay. And what systems are we putting in place to engage the player in that hour? And knowing gameplay percentages can allow me to quickly see, okay, you've created this really complex thing that takes a lot of time to focus on, but you want the player to only spend 10% of their time in this. This is too complex. You either need to change your percentages, or you need to trim this down. mean, and a lot of that's really important for me for like a strategy game, right? If you're creating like, hold on, I'm having some pretzels. If you have a strategy game, like a 4X game, how much of the time is spent doing war? How much of the time is spent micromanaging a city? Moving your units, you know, just... What's the focus? If you have players focusing on the wrong things, it can just be really... It can just be a really boring game. You'll have reviews stating that, like, oh, I spent most of my time micromanaging cities and I don't actually engage in the combat. But the combat's really fun. Hopefully it's not an ASMR stream. While I munch. Didn't I say yesterday that I would clean up this room? It's so bad. I'm not gonna show you guys what it looks like over there, but it's like 8 empty bottles of Pepsi. It's so bad. Crunch, crunch, crunch. So cold. Okay. Last one. Unique personalities, human stories. So with this, again, we don't mind characters being archetypical. I need to look up what it is. Is it archetypal? Archetypal. Archetypal. But now, is it archetypal or is it archetypal?
Archetypal.
Damn it, it's archetypal. Fucking British bitch. I'm sorry, that was rude. Alright, it's archetypal. I've been saying it wrong. Archetypal. So we don't necessarily mind characters being archetypal. We just need to give them a unique personality that is memorable. It makes you hear a voice and think of a certain character. See an outline, see their outline, or see just a picture of them, and you can hear their voice, and you can get a sense of who they are. I guarantee you I can play you any games that you love if I give you a clip of Elder Scrolls, and I have, I can just give you just a sound clip. I'm sure you guys can picture the NPC or NPCs that this person plays. Same with Mass Effect. I can play you a clip of these characters speaking, and you know them, and you have these memories flooding back. Creating unique characters like this is giving them unique personalities, giving them human stories, and just letting that build with the player. NPCs need to have unique and distinct personalities and stories, as well as visually distinctive designs. However, the stories, it's not like they were telling this. The stories that they, however, let's say their story need to have a human and have a human element to them. And again, this is the first iteration of these pillars, so we'll go through them again if we need to. Pre-production is going to be very long. We can come back to these and refine them, add something to them. But at least this is a really good way to show players or to communicate to others what you think is the most important aspect of your game, and of those aspects, what are your selling points? Okay, you have NPCs, so do lots of games. Why do players want to interact with NPCs here? What makes them distinct from other NPCs in other games? How are you going to make them special? I kind of want to save this. Wait, what day is tomorrow? Is it Thursday, Friday? I might take tomorrow off. You guys, I might do... I have to do some other work. And I might get a haircut. Although I actually need to book the haircut. I haven't done it yet. Let me do it, because the place I go to is a little popular. Especially on Fridays. Please be open, please. Oh. Is there anyone available to Friday? Oh, okay. The guy that usually cuts is available. But yeah, like weird times throughout the day, so pretty much every time I would be streaming. That's perfect. I'll do some other work tomorrow then. Take a day off. Add to calendar. Wait, dev stream day 16? Isn't today day 17 of Cauldron Chronicles dev stream? Wasn't yesterday 16? Hold on. Let me check. Yeah, today's day 17. Oops. Alright, we have updated the stream info. Almost 5 hours into streaming. Alright. Yeah, I'll cancel the schedule for tomorrow then. How do I do that? Streaming tools. No. You're live. Manage stream. Really? I am? Oh, revenue. Not sure I deserve that. One thing I should mention to anyone who's listening, all the money we make on the stream goes directly towards development of the game. So it all goes to Microraptor Games. And right now we aren't taking salaries, so it's all going to go towards assets, business expenses, such as paying for our official email and things like that, but that's going to come out of my pocket anyway. So really it's all going towards ideally new assets, any art that we need, anything that we can't do ourselves. It's just we understand that right now we don't have any money to do this. We're all just kind of like volunteering our time towards a mutually desirable goal. Player spectates and influences story. NPC storylines occur with or without the player, but the player's alchemical influences can affect the outcome. Player relies on communication for learning, context, and understanding of the world and NPC goals. Whatever. Okay, NPC storylines occur with or without the player, but the player's alchemical influences can affect the outcome. The player relies on communication for learning, context, and understanding of the world and NPC goals. Yeah. Non-explicit commissions that require clarification. I mean, that kind of was... This second sentence is kind of better for this third one, actually. I think that's relatively fair. No, well, I want to expand upon these two just a little bit more. Storylines occur with or without the player, but the players are coming over. I mean, that kind of just covers it, right? It doesn't need to be longer. Okay, in this one, the player relies on communication for learning context and understanding of the world and NPC goals. Let's refine that further to say NPCs may not explicitly tell the player what they need, and the HUD won't spoil it. Talk, learn, create. I think that's pretty good. I think that's generally pretty fair. Video. Okay, I was just I was curious by this video I'm listening to, because they have this background for a good portion of the video, and then it's just there's no background. Or no, there's something in the upper right. There's some like weird artifacts, and then it's just black. Like the weirdest video ever. You know, there is one other soundtrack that I'm very curious if it gets claimed. One that I would love to listen to, and that's for Starbound. Their soundtrack is over 6.5 hours long, and it's really good music. But I'm very curious if they claim it. But I could reach out to the guy who made it, or just ask Chucklefish. Wonder how I would get in touch with them. Starbound music, YouTube safe. Chucklefish Ltd. hereby grants permission for the use of in-game audio and video for Let's Plays, preview, review, and/or commentary-style videos on YouTube, including ads-supported channels videos. The creator of the video may use in-game audio and video for as many videos as desired. Dude, there's no way. have any questions, email us. I'm gonna email him just to ask. But if so, dude, that would be so awesome. I'll just get a list going of everybody who is cool with that. Let me go on Gmail real quick. For a second, guys. I don't know my password. Hold on. I'll do it on my phone here. From who? From me to contact at goldfish.org. Subject, external recipient. Yeah, I know it's an external recipient. Starbound music in non-starbound Twitch. YouTube. Hey, Chuckfish. Hey, Chucklefish. You like all my super pro vernacular I'm using? Hey there, guys. Chucklefish. I had a quick question regarding the licensing of Starbound music. I stream game dev on Twitch and upload my VODs YouTube. My gods, no VODs to YouTube. In the background, I like to listen to music at a modest volume. I was wondering, while talking over it very frequently, too frequently, I think I talk was wondering if it's okay to listen to Starbound's soundtrack and include a link to buy the game on Steam as... Hey, Casper. My Steam as Bring New Rabo as a way to point people in the direction of the game. Hopefully purchase. Thank you so much for making exceptional games and also being a beacon. Let me type beacon, not bacon. Oh. Beacon of ethical development in this of shoddy business practices. Sincerely, me. And a Microraptor game. Done. A lot of info about Left 4 Dead production struggles. Oh god. I think game director made some interviews. He's doing some retrospective book. I don't know. Give info about Left 4 Dead. The first one? And why Left 4 Dead 2 was so fast from Left 4 Dead? Well, hopefully because they fixed production issues. I hope. Hey, if you're back, do you want to listen to our pillars and sub-pillars? I don't know how to describe these sub-pillars, these subsections of pillars. I need a better way to refer to them. Alright, give you 10 minutes. Alright, we can do it. We can do it. We've been streaming for 5 hours. I can take another short break. Essentially, they said that Left 4 Dead was so broken and buggy they didn't want to work on it. Yeah, I can understand that feeling. Been there before. There was loading maps multiple times for one game load. Nice. Nice. Where's my to-do list? By the way, if it's true that we can, which is what they say, can I post videos of Starbound on YouTube? For the use of any in-game audio and video for Let's Play preview, review, and or commentary style videos on YouTube. The thing is, I don't know if I can use it for non-Starbound things. But if true, and they don't make claims on it, we have a beautiful, exceptional 6.5 hour soundtrack that we could add to our playlist. And all we have to do is just give them credit, which I think is good because you should go play Starbound. Look, I don't think it's Chucklefish's best game that they published, and there were definitely some production issues that the game faced. But I think that it is a good game, and it has a pretty big modding scene. It's also really cheap right now. It's a good game. It's a good game. Not perfect, but a good game. Okay, let's take a look at our to-do list here. Okay, Pillars game. I want to do gameplay loop after this, but if I'm taking tomorrow off, I could probably do it today. I'm just a little burnt out today. But maybe I could grab some quick food downstairs and come back up. How long of breaks does... No, I don't want to get it. I want to spend money. The cafe downstairs is a little expensive. Well, at least let me for now. I'll leave you guys up here to look at it. You can read through it on your own time. Tell me what you think. Does my camera block anything? Chat block. That should help a little. I'll leave you guys on this screen while I just go and grab some, while I go to the bathroom real quick. Alright, so chair stream for like 5 minutes. Not even. Oh shit. Oh, you guys gotta get the chair in the stream. Perfect. Oh. I'll tell you guys a story. Because this is the most interesting thing that happened in my life recently. It's really not interesting. But I left my wallet here last night. And then I went to the store and buy stuff. And I didn't realize until I was like ready to pay. And thank God the store allows you to pay with a code that you can get through your bank. Because I can at least do that on the banking application. Like, holy shit, that was... I didn't even know. I was like, shit, do I just leave? Do I put these things back? Like, one of them was a bakery item, right? Like, I touched it with my hands. It's not like I can take that back. They would just throw it out. Like, okay, if they would just throw it out, would they just let me have it then? I don't know, but either way, thank God that they allowed that, because otherwise I would have been fucked. Okay, our to-do gameplay loop, we can do new Cauldron Chronicles gameplay loop. Ordered in game dev. Oh no, I need a new star. I need a new shooting star. East Lumbridge Swamp Mine. Yeah, we can do that. We can do Lumbee. Yeah, how would I like to open these files? I'd like you to shut the fuck up. World 541. I'm really sorry. Open in this window, please. Somebody knocking on my door? I don't... Hold on a sec. Give me 1 sec, guys. I could have sworn somebody was knocking on my door. Weird. I didn't like slide anything under it or anything either. I don't know. I don't know shit. I don't know what it is. Oh, maybe somebody's just a fan of Microraptor games. I don't know. Gameplay loop. Okay. The gameplay loop is pretty simple. I mean, what I like to do is like describe it first, right? So that we understand what we're talking about. The gameplay loop is really simple. You go out into world, you collect ingredients and engage in activities. You create potions. You solve NPC problems. And this is the loop, right? It's very simple. There's depth in each of these systems, though, that provides the replayability and the variation in the gameplay so that it doesn't become stale, right? We have a very free-form way of creating potions. We have a lot of activities and things to do and explore in our open world, and we have variations in NPC stories so that it's not just a simple quest system. There are moral choices to make. There are things that you might want to turn down or probably should turn down if you're trying to be a good person, and things you should avoid, things like that. So, or vice versa, if you're trying to engage in a bit of nefarious activity. I'm gonna open this Pepsi. I'm just gonna take it home. Whatever's left. Pepsi Mango. Okay. So let's throw some shit in here. And I want to make it a bit bigger. Boosh, boosh. Boosh. We kind of have these 3 bits. We'll organize it once we make it. I am back again. Would you like to hear our gameplay pillars now that you are back again? Before we dive into the gameplay loop. Okay, let's go over that then. Open recent pillars, new window. Okay, we have 3 pillars of Cauldron Chronicles. Alchemy, open world, NPCs. And these are my rough gameplay percentages, the estimates at least. 20% alchemy, 60% open world, 20% NPCs. However, because alchemy and NPCs happen in your hut, you are going to be spending an estimated 40% of your time in your hut, 60% of your time in the open world. That's pretty easy to get. Diving in to the alchemy pillar, and tell me if this is easy to read or if you want me to zoom in further. First. Because I can zoom in a bit. It's good? Good? Okay. I will zoom in a little bit more then. It's great, but let me ignore what you say. If it's good, it can be a little bit better, right? So the 3 sub-pillars, excuse me, of alchemy are immersion, freedom of creation, and everything being useful. For immersion, alchemy is done through fewer menus and more direct manipulation of ingredients. The goal is to give players the maximum possible feeling of creating potions with their bare hands, so to speak. So rather than doing it through a menu minigame or a UI, we want the player to actually be able to pick up, move things, add things to the cauldron, create the potions, like that, right? The second one is freedom of creation. We want to minimize obstacles for alchemical creations to enable the player to create what they want with the resources they want. So we don't want there, for instance, to be strict recipes that the player has to follow to reach mana potion, right? We want there to be multiple ingredients that provide, let's just say, a mana boost effect. And the player can combine them in different ways to receive different potions of different strengths, of different flavors, with multiple effects, positive or negative. And the third one is that everything is useful. Potions and effects need to have some understandable use in the open world and or with NPCs. So we don't want to have an effect that isn't really used or is so niche that the frequency of it on ingredients doesn't... Let me rewind that. The amount of uses in the world doesn't necessitate a high number of occurrences of it on ingredients, if that makes sense. We shouldn't have 20 out of 100 ingredients have an effect that is only used for 1 or 2, NPC commissions, right? So essentially, we'd be designing ingredient effects based on usefulness. So, okay, we have this use, we have this NPC, they need this, now we can create the effects for this. And we do that to design the game around a strict number of effects that are useful. How does that sound for the alchemy system? We'll go one by one. Any questions, concerns, problems, not enough clear information? Sorry. Immersion, okay, freedom is like Skyrim, so every resource has a couple of usage and can be combined as you want. Yeah. 100%. And obviously, immersion is just kind of a broad term to refer to that fewer menus, more player interaction, right? Like clicking and dragging things to process them, to add them to the cauldron. And all resources are somehow useful, not like this dragon tooth is only for one potion that is 1% of your sales. Yes, exactly. I mean, we can have, rare resources with a rare combination of high tier effects, right? Because we have these tiers of effects, maybe easy to come by resources have very low tier of effects, right? But the rarer the resource, the more interesting combination of effects, and the higher the tiers of effects maybe. And that way it's a very useful ingredient to use as a base. Because if you can match it with another ingredient, you get a really powerful potion. Or maybe it provides, 3 effects that are positive for healing and defense. And therefore it's a really great potion to use in combination with, or it's a very great ingredient to use in combination with another ingredient, another one. You can make a super strong healing, buffing potion. Not cheap to do, not easy to get the ingredients for, but this is a great potion. The thing I'm a bit skeptical is that the 20-60-20, I think alchemy will be more than 20. It could be. But these are our goals to... I don't think you're wrong. But I think it also depends on... I think it depends on the length of the gameplay loop. And what I mean by that is that we've talked before about how NPCs are sporadic. They're not a constant influx into your hut. It is something that in the span of an in-game day may happen once every 2 or 3 in-game days. And so you may not be creating potions in that time, or may not be doing it too much, but when an NPC has entered your shop, you'll be spending more time in your hut creating potions and talking to the NPC than you would in the open world. So this is the rough estimate. Let's say estimate plus minus 10%, I would say is the error. These are just the initial goals to work off of. But maybe, like I said, I think it depends on the length of the gameplay loop. How often are NPCs actually showing up? How long is the average gameplay session? How many NPCs do we want showing up in the average gameplay session? Because I think if it's too long, and we expect that the average player plays an hour a day, we can't have an NPC showing up every 2 hours. Then it's too long. There's too much distance, and it isn't that interesting. The player isn't completing the loop and therefore being rewarded frequently enough. Hopefully that makes sense. But I definitely don't think you're wrong. I think it's too soon to say with certainty whether this is accurate. It's way too soon. Alchemy is motivated by NPC. It's motivated by NPC and exploration, yes. Because you use potions to not solve NPCs, but you use them for the commissions, right? And then you use them in the open world as well. But while you might create a lot of potions, how much time are you spending to create potions? And you have to think, if you have a 2-hour play session, how much of that 2 hours do you want the player to spend on potion making? Probably no more than 30 minutes, in my opinion. And that is, 25%, right? So I don't disagree with it being between 20 to 30%. We just don't know yet. And when I explain the variety of the open world activities, you might see why I have it the way it is. And that's fine. I mean, as I'll explain in a second, there are multiple pathways of progression, right? And if you go out into the world and you spend a shit ton of time collecting ingredients, like way more than we expect in the average, you could come back and just spend a shit ton of time discovering new things, creating alchemy, or creating potions with alchemy. You could just spend 2 hours of real time doing that, and that's fair. But what is the average? Because once you discover things, you will have less to discover. And therefore you'll have a better understanding of how to quickly create the potions that you want. And so while the bell curve, let's put it that way, or not bell curve, but while the curve of, this is like time spent in game. And this is time spent making potions. All right, Paint is a program. You might spend more time early on in the game making potions, but as you become more proficient with it, I think that you would actually be faster at creating the things you want, and so it might, level off a bit, right? And therefore the average is then, I don't know, somewhere like here, right? So we have to combine the average of the player throughout the entirety of the game and also every player throughout the entirety of the game. So these are just more estimates to aim for, but if we do have that plus minus 10%, I would be okay with it. Although I prefer if alchemy wasn't minus 10% from 20, right? So maybe we could even adjust it to 25. Let's say this: 25, 15, and 60. I'll explain why. I'll explain because I really think that the open world does have a lot of things to do, and overall the player might spend at least half their time, but a majority of their time. These are just estimates. Just treat these as estimates, not as the final product. We're in pre-production. We don't know what the systems look like. We may cut things. We may add things. They could change. So let's talk about open world. variety of activities and events, mechanically authentic, visually stylized, naturally inspired, and discovery through exploration. So starting with variety of activities and events, multiple pathways of progression via various things to do and engage in, always providing the player with a choice of direction. We don't want to pigeonhole the player into a specific activity in the open world. You know, while we plan to have things like combat, secret discovery, ingredient discovery, I think I said hunting and fishing. We plan to have all these different events that you can do. We even have like farming as potential of what this game could entail. These kinds of things are there to provide different things for the player to focus on at any different point that don't directly relate to creating potions. It 100% will. We talked about that before, you probably weren't here, but the combat is just using your potions. You don't know how to use a sword, you don't know how to use a bow, but you know how to make potions. And I think that's also a really cool way to, like, there are, you know, thick vines covering this secret. There's some rubble that looks unstable. Create potions to deal with these. Just got a question. Do you need to make potions to finish game? I mean, constantly creating new ones to finish task, enter location, or crafting is just an addition, like in The Witcher? Yeah, they will be necessary. We don't know yet what the main story is going to be, but I have some ideas of, you know, involving like really complex combinations of potions to enter a final area, fight a final boss. We don't know yet, but it will 100% require potion making. Yeah, some like endgame potion or something. Some like weird combination of ingredients that isn't meant for the effects in it, but for the unknown, right? For the like Aqua Regia, right? Not Vroda Królewska. I mean, okay, maybe you guys, maybe that sparks some understanding in Polski. But like, you know, creating something almost like the history of creating Aqua Regia, creating this this universal solvent like the alkahest, dreadcat mushroom and some sewer water. That's it. Or it's just bath salts. I don't know, maybe like alkahest as well. Maybe there's a Polski version of that. No, there isn't. But this was like a theorized universal solvent. So what if you can, like, the historically, like creating, I don't know, just unique historical versions of these things. Endgame potion recipe leaked in stream. Yeah, I mean, things like that I probably would want to keep secret if they do exist. So we're gonna have to be a little careful what we do share, because I don't want the game to be just instantly solvable because you know what we've done. But these are just some ideas. Self-kill potion, yeah, you just suicide potion. Oh, that might get me demonetized on YouTube. YouTube's rules are way too strict. Here, YouTube, I'll help you. 18 plus. Mark my videos as 18 plus, okay? Simple as that. And allow me to say what I want. I think even self-kill might be, I don't know. Who knows with YouTube? Okay, moving on. This is one that ChatGPT helped me out with, actually, because I didn't know how to create the name for what I was trying to think of. Mechanically authentic, visually stylized. We allow the player to naturally understand rules of the world by mimicking many of the rules from our own world, seasons, weather, ingredient locations, but we know when and where to diverge for uniqueness. So the example that I used was that you can expect to find mushrooms near decaying logs and stumps. You can expect to find seashells by the beach, right? You should know where to look for certain ingredients just based off of intuition. But we diverge where we need to be unique. Sorry, guys. I always have problems like this, especially when I speak too much. I have to use it to progress in game. We're not making a suicide potion, guys. I already said it, so we're already fucked. I don't care. Making transmutation into gold possible or making synthetic life a monkey. You just want the fucking homunculus. Isn't the slime enough, Casper? Okay. Third point, naturally inspired. Biomes and locations in the game draw inspiration from real-world geographical features and man-made structures. Fantastical elements can be added onto that to create something visually distinct. So we use some examples of just natural phenomenons that exist in our world that maybe people haven't seen or they haven't even heard of, and we can draw inspiration to create unique biomes and occurrences in our game from that. So it's a fantastical world, and we can add fantastical things on top of it, but beneath that is something that the player could even witness in our own world. And to me, that's really important for players to be able to see things in real life, these phenomenons, and say, oh, I saw that in this game. But it looked, maybe it looked a little different, or it took a more fantastical form. And so it's a way for them to draw connections between the real world and our game, to let them know that the nature that they see in our game that is so fantastic or so beautiful is not unimaginable. It's not impossible to see in the real world. It's secretly Cauldron Chronicles is a way to get people to go outside and touch grass. Let's put it that way. Discovery through exploration. Exploration is an open world activity that leads to discovery. Reward player curiosity by placing something interesting and or useful and believable at the points where player curiosity leads. So this is a way to describe that we're inspired by games like From Software titles, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Demon Souls, and also games like Genshin Impact or Zelda, where your curiosity leads you to a place in the world that then turns out to have something tangible. It has an enemy there, it has an item you can pick up, a secret for you to discover. Because without those rewards, you aren't rewarding exploration. There's no discovery. Discovery is the reward for exploration. And if you don't have discovery, your exploration is meaningless. So this is really just we want there to be things in the world that you discover because you're curious, right? You see waterfall, you get item behind waterfall. It's that, except exacerbated and spread out throughout the entire game. So what do you think of that? Of those four sub-sections of the open world pillar? And for those who don't know, Cuthbert is a part-time member slash founder slash contributor, however you want to word it, of Microraptor. People on YouTube who may not know, or people on stream who may not know. So that's why, you know, I really want him to understand this too, is because he might work on the game. So if we can use this time to communicate the pillars, it saves us a meeting in the future where we have to do the same thing. So really what you're witnessing right now is a business meeting. Cuthbert, you can also, if I don't know if you want, Everly, you can also call me on Discord and we can just talk on stream if you want. If you don't mind people hearing you, or you might be busy still at work, I don't know. I'll explain deeper that there is lore that you find out discovery through exploration. Okay. Do that. Exploration is the reward that leads to discovery. Yeah, because like you mentioned, we also want we want to have that lore element too, right? Like you said, like if you see some ruins, that they can provide you with a subtle way to tell the story of that area. Like we have interesting location, but there's a back. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we were thinking along the exact same lines. You're right. Rune rocks. Hold on, give me a second, guys. I'm definitely not playing OSRS on my side monitor, doing super AFK content, so please do not assume so. That would be so rude of you to think that I'm doing that. Let me read your comments while I'm doing this. Okay, Horkon, but would you be able to place each material needed for every creation behind exploration, or would you just get like half of them from NPC? So it would be a combination of ingredients that are very easily obtainable. Like you just walk out into the forest and you find some ingredients, right? There would be some ingredients that maybe you can only get from NPCs, from merchants. They bring like exotic ones, right? Or seeds that you can then grow yourself. And they might also bring, or you might also get some from combat only or from fishing only. And there might be some that you get only behind secrets, like some, you know, some secret little alcove where this weird mushroom only grows here or something, right? So we have a lot of options. We have an interesting location, but there's also even monsters and mechanic can be made that way. I agree. I'm just thinking I need to ask, have you thought how open world gonna work? How are you gonna travel between craft bench lab to the world? Or like No Man's Sky, go wherever you want, or like in Elden Ring with campfires. So I was thinking of having a very easily craftable potion that was like a recall potion. That was one way I was thinking of. But I do want a quick way, you know, if like an NPC shows up, right? I want a quick way for the player to be able to get back to their hut. Almost like a portal scroll, right? And I don't think we need to be super, oh, it's got to be immersive and it has to make sense. It's like, no, the player needs to get back to their hut quickly. Just make a teleport potion. Who the fuck cares? The player is going to be more happy that they have a quick way of getting back than they are about being super immersed, in my opinion. Let's say we have lines with spikes that was spread during some mage war, and the lore should be there. See it always as Onion Knight. Yeah, I absolutely agree. The biggest problem is that I am sad and dark person, so I always twist world into sick and destroy place. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I think teleport potion or just even something like little like waypoint posts that you can pour a potion onto, and it turns it into some like waypoint that you can then fast travel. Either of these work, in my opinion, and they would both provide the same effect. We just need the player to, I would say, within 3 to 5 minutes of wanting to get back, maximum, they should be able to get back. You need to gather soil of that place to make teleport. Yeah, I think that could be something that we could do, like some magical soil. I don't know. There's ways we could do it that would be really interesting, and we can just brainstorm that. But high level, yes, we want the player to be able to quickly teleport between locations. So yeah, tell me what you think. Oh, I got hair here. It'd be really like Rick and Morty teleport between different worlds to gather potion resources. I mean, we could do something like that, but maybe that would make for a really cool sequel or a DLC or something. You know, an actual DLC, like a big expansion. But it kind of turns it into a little different of a game. Teleport system is not a question here. You can even teleport from main menu. I'm more interested in open world mechanic. You can always craft it from the equipment tab. Oh, okay. So you craft the potions in your hut. That's the only place where you can craft the potions. However, there might be some simple mixture that you can make out in the field to teleport. Because if you run out while you're in the field, that's not really that interesting. Or we can have a combination of waypoint system that you craft waypoints that you can then use kind of like permanently that don't require any resources to use. But you also have teleport potions, which are, let me put it this way: you play PoE, you have teleport scrolls and you have waypoints in maps. That's what I'm thinking we might be able to do. You have two options for getting back to town. One of them is always there and omnipresent, and the other is a resource that is used, but can be used anywhere. Midnight Gospel, this is my main reference. I'm not familiar with that. Yeah, that's true. I mean, they're both good ideas, don't get me wrong. Like, that is also a great idea. Send it on Discord so I don't forget. Because I'll forget anything that is, I'll forget anything that's done on stream for the most part. You know what, I gotta add that teleport. I don't know what you think, Bartosz, about that idea of having the waypoints and the potion. Or what you think, Hotspur, or anyone else thinks. You don't have to be, maybe some of you lurkers. Yeah, that would work. I have a mood board too. I have to get set up. Okay, that's perfect then. Yeah, they are. I 100% agree. Especially because we want the player to engage with NPCs as much as possible. And the quicker we can enable that, the better. I don't mind, like, it's not a world without magic. It's just a world where magic, I guess, is more it's not something that everyone or everything has. It's more like, I guess, ancient. You can't just go out and find it, but when it exists, it's very I don't know. I need some references to think of to compare it to. But I would say more like Game of Thrones magic, right? Song of Ice and Fire, the series. Where you don't necessarily have... Or I guess like where magic is tied often to gods or primordial beings, and you don't have an explicit mage necessarily that just casts spells. Small toolkit to craft basic potions. That'd be a good idea. Maybe narrative. Teleportation system that's a mix of craftable / or discoverable waypoints and craftable single use potions. Yeah, something like that. Granted, I don't mind the player running out of like attack potions, just because I think that we want to put the player in we want to put the player in a situation where running away is also valid. But we'll see. We'll go with puzzle AI in most places that will make combat less FPS RPG. Yeah, it is. I do describe this world as being a puzzle adventure game, right? Or this game as being puzzle adventure. Or I say, what do I say? I say it's an open world alchemy game with narrative and puzzle elements. I think that's the way that I described it. But I think that our primary market is looking for something a bit more casual and a bit easier. That doesn't mean we can't have complex game modes, but by default, the game should be aimed at the core audience, right? Basic AI, yeah, like a ranged unit, a melee unit, you know, something that runs away, something that comes towards you. Simple stuff. Yeah, I think making it so that enemies and obstacles are more mechanical in base, and by that I don't mean like a robot necessarily, but more you see an enemy made of rock, you need to use something that destroys rocks, right? You can't like throw a fire bottle at it or whatever. You need to use some strong acid or something like that, right? That's just an example, not necessarily one we will use. Yeah, go for it. We love ideas. Go for it. Simple potion crafting kit to allow for crafting of basic needed concoction. Let me go with a bit of Undertale route with enemy, like you see Rock Golem. He's angry. Attacking you. I like the idea of it. You know, maybe he's not angry or attacking you, but maybe you see it sleeping. And of course, if you're like me, when I'm casually chilling out to games, I just, oh, okay, it's a thing that looks like it'll attack me, so let me throw something at it to attack it first. But, you know, maybe you have a chance, he'll say, like, no, don't attack, and you realize, oh shit, it speaks. You know, things like that. And if you do befriend him, maybe you can get through that area peacefully, but you lose access to some rare ingredients that he might have dropped if he was killed. But, you know, give and take. Give and take, risk, reward. There's no bad direction. There's no bad choice. There's just your choice. Yeah, I agree with that too. And I think that a portion of our market would probably want that. So I agree. I thought I had something in here about do it. Pacifist alternate options to deal with enemies. I'll know what that means if I read it again. I agree. Like, why not tuck the skeleton the only one to have a skin? Make a skin potion. Go murder somebody, take off their skin, and give that skin to the skeleton. But I agree with you that it is more in line with the direction to do that. Is it necessary to just make it easier? Normal consumables, sample plus 5% attack, plus 50% HP that you can craft from the Q-tab. Rare potions, more powerful than basics. Blood potions, unlock stores. Potions that might be useful on level but can be not. I think if we provide the player with a quick way to travel between their alchemy table, it will matter less to have a quick crafting option. And again, this is just me countering the point. Feel free to counter my counter. I don't want to draw the player away from the alchemy table too much. But I also understand that if you run out of certain things out while exploring, it's just going to make exploring potentially frustrating. It's like, think of Witcher 3, you had a lot of preparation and planning to do on the hardest difficulty, on whatever it was called, I forgot the name. But you could fast travel from anywhere. So if you did need to find a new oil, or you needed ingredients to craft it, you could just fast travel to that location, do it, and fast travel back. And there were pretty frequent signposts. So I think that if we have a combination of waypoint system and... Let me draw it. You have open world area, but then you have, you know, like these side dungeons, right, that lead on. Make a signpost here that the player can either craft or use to transport between. And if the player is deep in here, it may be easier to, if the player's deep in here, it may be easier just to use a potion to get out and back in so that they can continue traveling in, rather than running all the way out and using the signpost. But both options exist depending on what the player is needing to do. Think about like Potion of Fireball, blows with fire with thrown, and basic attack potion. It will push enemies away from point and deal small AoE damage. Gives us more progression ability with upgrading basic potion tool upgrade. Not thinking more of bombs for Minecraft, which are... No, I 100% agree. It just depends on what form the effects take. If you let the player to teleport and create potion that he need, kills the please return to it later when you get it vibe a bit. I agree to an extent, unless the player doesn't have the ingredients to create the potion that they need to proceed. I mean, I get what you mean, but I think it just depends on the situation. Yeah, you may not know the ingredients. You may not know how to deal with it. You may need to think. You may not know the ingredients that you need to find to deal with it. I think it's more of a situational. Like, I guess it depends. But, you know, having both of these options available gives the player a... You know, if I can just erase this. And we'll assume that purple is... You know, if we just have certain signposts scattered throughout important parts of the world, and then we allow the player to, you know, if they travel further away from the signpost, it may be quicker to use the potion, but the potion requires ingredients. So even if the player is out of those ingredients, they can quickly scavenge around for some, or they can just find the nearest signpost. It depends on how our open world is constructed too. If it's too big and it takes too much time to travel between these concrete points of travel, it's going to be frustrating. But if the open world is dense enough, like think about the witness in the island. That's a really small picture. The witness island had a lot of density, and so you could pretty quickly move between different sections without much time needed. So it really just depends how we construct the open world. How big is the open world? And how do we design these systems of transportation through it? And even the witness did have a boat system, so you could take the docks to different parts of the island around the side. Maybe another one. Instead of open world location, you enter a dungeon with prepared potion, but at the end you find out you need potion that you decided to not do. Will you allow the player to get it by teleport or forced to do dungeon again? I think that depends on persistence. So is their progress in the dungeon persistent? And also, how large is the dungeon? If you teleport out, I see it more as like a teleport potion, right? Or a teleport scroll from an ARPG. You get a one-use teleport that you can enter and then come back into it. And then it's gone. So you have the option of one time come back to your hut and then go back in. Exactly like PoE, Diablo, whatever. You have that portal there that's persistent until you go back into it. Or you use another potion, which will replace that portal. I see what you mean now. By the way, The Witness, very good game. Play The Witness. What is this? What? What is this? Huh? Wait, what? The wind... A landscape architecture studio worked full-time for 3 years designing and modeling spaces, structures, geography, geology, environmental puzzles, and biomes. The planning design of the island required thinking across... Huh? Did they use did Jonathan Blow use an external, like, land development studio to design the island? Lead landscape architect David Fletcher. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me just because of how well designed the island was. But I never knew this. I never knew this lore behind the game. It's incredible. I never... Oh man, I really want to get in touch with this guy. Just ask him some things. Well, shit, I always wondered why this game was so... had such an exceptional open world. It's because they actually just got a landscape architect to design the open world. I agree that a little bit of stress is okay. It just depends on when it occurs. Yeah, or maybe you run out of potions to deal with an enemy and he's coming towards you and you gotta run. A little bit of that is okay. But it shouldn't be... Your chance of escape should be extremely high, right? Even if you're just an all-right gamer, you should be able to easily escape. I agree. I agree when you die, you shouldn't lose. I don't know what our death mechanics would look like. That's something for the GDD, right? But they would be really fair. If anything, you just wouldn't lose anything. The enemy might just heal completely and, you know, it just spawns you back in the place, destroys your portals or something. I don't know. It shouldn't be crazy. I don't want the player to make negative progress in this game. This isn't a game about negative progress. The game is about progress. Destroying things that the players made is... How can I put it? Like... Look, every designer knows the number one resource that the players have is their time. If you waste their time, that is the biggest insult to a player. However, if you make really good use of the time, that's a game that the players are going to enjoy playing. If they enjoy 59 out of 60 minutes of their play session, that's a great game for them. If they only enjoy half of that, it's not that great. So, really this is something where you could probably just have a default experience that is fair and balanced towards your market, and then just have an option that the player can enable or disable at any time for super punishing consequences. Lose all the ingredients in your satchel or something. Because some players might want to play like that. But it's probably not going to be the default. I did that for Train Life, right? We had a whole ton of options to customize the experience that you wanted, and I think that was very well received by the community. I knew some that were playing on a really hardcore one, I knew some that were playing on really easy career, some that did a combination. However, we didn't ever manage to make it so you could change career options during gameplay, I think. Sadly. After you die, you have to lay down and collect all the potions from the floor, but you can break it while picking. Yeah, it's like a mini game where you have like a hand. It's like Surgeon Simulator, where you have to reach down and grab it and drop it into the pack. But if you drop it too far, it breaks, or if you bump it with your hand. That would actually be pretty funny. Okay, what were we talking about? Got fucking sidetracked. Oh, my mom wished me happy Thanksgiving. And why does it not? Oh, I see. Never mind. That point of open world. Yeah, Lauren, go to next. Last point. Oh yeah, we needed the. You're right. With the exploration reward player got cool. How do we word that then? I mean, I think I could just add a little point here. Reward player curiosity by placing something interesting and or useful. By like telling an interesting, placing something interesting and or useful and believable. I think that generally covers it. Reward player curiosity by telling an interesting story, placing something interesting and or useful and believable at the points. I don't want too many and ors. I just need to reword that. Hold on. Chat GPT. Can you make this into a single sentence that sounds better? Let's go. Help me. Reward player curiosity with compelling narratives, strategically placing intriguing and useful elements that align with the game's internal logic at the points where player exploration naturally guides them. It's pretty good, except it's a little pretentious. Like it's a little too abstract that it's not easily understandable by the reader. Can you word it in a slightly more simple way to be more easily understood? Like pillars should not be really hard to figure out. You shouldn't have to read through it 5-6 times to figure it out. Encourage player curiosity by placing interesting and useful things where they explore, telling a good story that fits the game's. Now that's good. That is much better. Encourage player curiosity by placing interesting and useful things where they explore, telling a good story. I'll just do and telling a good story that fits the game's world. That's better. Thank you, ChatGPT. I always appreciate your help. Didn't have to sit there for 5 years trying to think of something, a good way to word that. Okay, NPCs. Last pillar. And I think a really important part of our game. We have 3 sections to this pillar. Unique personalities, human stories. That's number 1. Number 2, player spectates and influences stories. Number 3, non-explicit commissions that require clarification. So number 1, unique personalities, human stories. NPCs need to have unique and distinct personalities and stories, as well as visually distinctive designs. However, their stories need to have a human element to them. So while we can use archetypal characters and we can create something fantastical and maybe a little bit silly at times, at the end of the day, their stories need to have a human element that is relatable to the human condition or to something that a human would understand, right? We can't have intergalactic politics that the player doesn't really relate with, right? And it doesn't mean that every player is going to relate to every story, but that the story's underlying themes and messages need to be rooted in something that the player will understand. So it can just be small life farmer woes. It can be, it can be something even as grand as a plot to kill a king or queen. But these are all things that are built into the player's understanding of what it means to be human and to make human choices. It's a very abstract and, I guess, philosophical way of looking at it. But the player should kind of learn more about these characters by interacting with unique stories that can be related to human conditions or ways of thinking. Are there any other stories except Marvel? What do you mean? Yeah, Marvel's the only story that you can tell. And I guess a good example of this is that you have alien creatures in Mass Effect, right? But all of their struggles stem from understandably human and relatable narrative points, right? You can understand the struggle between the Geth and the Quarians, even though you aren't a Geth or Quarian yourself. You can understand the struggle of the Krogan and why they hate the Turians and the Solarians, even though you are not one of these three races. So they're still interesting cultures, and there are interesting people that are part of these species. But all the stories that are being told in Mass Effect are very understandable from a human level. They are not really, no. They're just, yeah. Yeah, but I always thought other kind of characters are just bad characters. Which, like, what other characters do you mean? Like ones that don't have that kind of human presence to them? Because for me, like, Mass Effect is a great example. It's a great North Star to use. Just because these are very interesting characters and personalities, and they are almost they're very similar to like anime characters in a way, where they have these kind of defining features to their personality that make them who they are. But at the end of the day, they also have this human element that just makes you relate to them in a way that feels human, even if they aren't human or they aren't real. Characters just stereotype without any deepness, usually bad character, yeah. There's nothing wrong with the stereotype or the archetype, as long as there is depth to it. And you can explore the facets of an archetype, right? There are positives and negatives to being an alpha male. There are positives and negatives to being the nerd. And I think that exploring this is what makes a great character. And allowing these positives and negatives to shine in different ways. Harry Potter is a great example. Hermione is a fucking nerd. And she's a know-it-all. And you know what? It does get her into trouble. It makes her speak sometimes without thinking. It makes her hated by classmates sometimes. But you know what? If there's any person you can trust to know knowledge and to know what spell to cast, it's Hermione. There's Ron, who's the middle child in kind of a middle child in a big family that doesn't have a lot of money. And this makes him really jealous. This makes him, he doesn't really have much attention that is usually given to his older siblings or the youngest sibling. But he's also somebody who understands the value of family and has this stable family life that he can go back to and bring Harry with to give Harry any feeling of being loved and cared for. So these are stereotypes, these are archetypes, but the way that they're explored and the way that they interact with other characters, it is what gives them unique motivations, unique ways of looking at the world. And for us, I think we can double down on that idea and have these, like I put, unique personalities, human stories. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Okay, Chucklefish got back to me. Thanks for email. Feel free to use the Starbound music in your streams, so long as you're not monetizing the distribution of it. No, nothing to worry about. I mean, technically we are. And they also mentioned they don't own the rights to Starbound music. It's 100% with the original composer. So maybe I'll contact him too. I can always reach out to him. I want to be safe, It's like technically I don't monetize the distribution of the music itself, but I monetize the streams, and we would monetize YouTube at some point to help pay for development, right? So technically we're monetizing the distribution. I don't know. I'll have to clarify with them later today. See if they get back to me. You know what? Let me do it now. Before I forget. I won't say who got back to me. Thank you for the quick response and verification. We don't directly tie the streams. We don't directly monetize the music itself, but if it's in the background of a stream recording, would that be considered? Oh, and we have ads video. Would that be considered a form of monetization of the? Also, just to be safe, I'll try to contact just to be 100% safe. I love the music and just need something safe to listen to while streaming and not get bored and fall asleep. Offline version of diagrams. Is there an offline version? Also, Jordan Leto, thank you. Sorry, I was typing an email because I saw that this Starbound soundtrack might be safe to use on stream and in YouTube. But I want to be safe, I don't want to I don't want to get in trouble. So yeah. Maybe I'll get some gore material. Oh, that's pretty cool. Thank you for the GitHub link. That's really awesome. I didn't know that there was an offline version. Thank you so much for that. I'll post it maybe in our Discord too, in like a big tools thread. That'd be great to have a collection of like free tools that we can use. Using obsidian. Yeah, I gotta look at stuff. Yeah, I listen to a lot of like RuneScape music right now because I enjoy it, and they don't make claims on the songs at all. But I'm looking for like other stuff so that we don't have hundreds of hours of streams of just RuneScape music. Like, it's not bad, but at a certain point, I need a little bit of variety. So I wrote almost 40 pages of notes and specification for my next project. Holy shit, 40 pages. If I can't show you the amount of documents that I made for one of the projects I led, one of the games that I did the design for, but Kotzberg can definitely agree. I wrote like 100 pages of design for Train Life. We both worked on that. Yeah, like operating, making your own OS, like a Linux distribution or something. Similar to GNU without Linux. That is the extent of my knowledge. Anything past what you're just saying now will go beyond my understanding of operating systems. You're looking at the designer, but in chat you're typing with a programmer, so he would know. I'm just a game designer. Okay, let me continue with these last two sub sections of the NPC game pillar. So the second one is player spectates and influences stories. NPC storylines occur with or without the player, but the player's alchemical influences can affect the outcome. So the player is very much I think I described it as the player isn't the one being given the quests. The NPCs are being given quests that they then come to the player to get potions, right? So while you play a big part in the outcome of somebody's life or their story or their quest, you aren't the one directly involved with that quest. And hopefully that makes sense to you guys. I don't know. If so, I'll go to the third one. The third one is non-explicit commissions that require clarification. The player relies on communication for learning, context, and understanding of the world and NPC goals. NPCs may not explicitly tell the player what they need, and the HUD won't spoil it. Talk, learn, create. And this one I think is really central to the game's idea that you aren't a shopkeeper. You don't place potions out on stands that the NPCs come to and they come up to your thing, they drop money, and then they leave. This is very much of you are taking on commissions to create potions for NPCs. You need to talk to them, learn what they're using it for, what they need it for, and while doing so, you discover more about them, about the world, about things that you may not have understood before. And then you can kind of get an understanding of what you need to create. And while the HUD isn't going to tell you create 0 out of 2 potions with this effect and this taste, I think we can still have a way to record what the player has learned about the world or about that NPC and see a log of what they said during that conversation. So even if you're building that potion and you forget, oh wait, did they say this? You have a way to look at that conversation that happened and remind yourself of what you need. Future programming is interactive and omniscient. Probably true. I think the future of programming is going to be very closely tied to the development of AI. For good and for bad. Have you guys been keeping up with all the crazy stuff coming out about OpenAI? And if maybe you guys know more about it than me, because from what I understand is that there were some entities within OpenAI, and I think Sam Altman was one of them, who had a very much an idea of let's not hold anything back and let's pursue AI development at all costs. And there were some people who saw this as being scary, which I would agree with them. I think we need to be very careful how we develop it, the practices that we use to develop it, and our implementation of it in the world. But I don't know whose side that was. It's been a crazy set of circumstances and news coming out, so I don't really know what to think of it. You should be able to edit data and continue without having to close a program. Code as data, Lisp debugger allowed you to retry a function or change the function. This will be similar to having an AI prompt in the ideal case where errors simply generate a decision. Edit data and continue. Yeah, I would agree with that. No one has the AGI at all costs right now, except old Google CEOs probably, but they're in the shadows. And whoever's controlling them. Do you guys subscribe to the idea of this? What is it, like shadow organizations and certain elite figures that we don't know the names of being, pulling the strings behind the scenes? I don't think that's a crazy conspiracy to have, right? Like, it's not like fake to moon landing, right? Or some alien probing stuff. I feel like it's more reasonable to think that there might be these. No importance in my life, so I don't care about it. But what if it does? And you just don't know it? Let's put it this way. I don't spend too much of my time thinking about it. But I can't necessarily disprove it. So I don't know. I don't see any impact on my life. But I bet it does. Oops, I just dragged that. Okay, so about what? Sorry. Just the belief that there are shadow organizations and individuals in the shadows pulling the strings on like big corporations or big markets, like the pharmaceutical market. Because technically it's a conspiracy theory, right? Because there isn't really much proof of it other than, I guess, like BlackRock. You guys know, like, BlackRock? This company that essentially owns a ridiculous amount of the world's companies. And having a crazy amount of this is fake, kinda. I thought BlackRock. I thought there's proof that like BlackRock, they're only middle person. BlackRock is absolutely profit driven. If you trust the leaks of some people working, they're saying we're profitable. I like BlackRock. I think is there is proof of some of this stuff, right? Like, okay, I'm just gonna open this one up. I don't know how true this one is. But I mean, I've seen stuff like this, and I don't know what the extent of this is, right? This is just a meme on. So they're just like investors, but do they own majority shares in all these companies, or based on this meme, or do they? I like how we're using the end of the stream to talk about conspiracies. Yeah, no worries. Take your time. So they own like a big section. Oh, they own. Okay, this is percentage. Okay. So they just own 4.2% of Apple, 4% of Windows. Yeah. They just own like percentages of this shit. It's still kind of scary, right? You can go to BlackRock and say, hey, I have X money, I don't know how to invest it. But they're not an investment group, right? Because isn't that what an investment group is? Is you put your money into them, they invest it, and they make money back? It is individual funds, so they're just an investment group? Oh. Do I know functional programming languages? Yeah, are you asking Casper or me? Because don't ask me. I know blueprints. Investment management group. Yeah, see, I don't really know much about conspiracy theories or anything. It was like object-oriented programming observers with language support. Man, that's already beyond my understanding. You guys are crazy. Yo, weirdos. No. Yeah, if I can quickly ask, I don't know what you guys thought of the I don't know what you guys thought of the pillars here. We'll get these posted on our Discord as well. NPC looks fine? Okay, cool. And we went through the other ones. Sorry. All enemies are NPCs. We don't know about that yet, though. We might want some of them. So we will edit this further in the future. This will be the first iteration, at least. Export as PNG. Selection only. Export. I want to download. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We'll post that in Discord and see what people think. Yeah, I think that sounds pretty good, guys. That's probably going to be all for today. I think we have a pretty good ending point. We created our pillars, at least. We can work on the gameplay loop next week. Like I mentioned, I'm going to be off tomorrow because I have to do some behind-the-scenes stuff, like setting up versioning for our game. I have to get a haircut, and the only time is during middle of the day tomorrow, so I'm just going to take a little time off on tomorrow and relax a bit, and then Monday we will be back full force. And next week too, on Thursday, we have our Kickstarter review stream. What a great loop. What a great start. Yeah, guys, that'll be it. I hate to break up the talk you're having, but I guess you can continue in chat while it's offline, or if you want, you can switch to Discord and have a chat. I'll let you guys figure it out. Oh, cool. I would say it does not count as monetizing the distribution of the music since you're talking over it. We view it the same way as we view streamers playing the game with ads on. Okay. So it looks pretty good. I think we could then use Starbound music in our stream. That would be so awesome. Shout out to the people at Chucklefish. So awesome. We can add that to our lineup. Alright guys, I'm gonna get heading out. Again, if you want to, let me do the outro for the week, okay? Oh, I can show you guys too, Cutsbar. I don't know if you saw it. Did you see the emotes yet? That are a work in progress? Here are the emotes that are work in progress. These are 4 of the 10, and we still have LOL, Monka, Poggers, and Happy. And I want to do one for like thinking as well, because we do a lot of thinking on this stream, because I'm dumb and I don't know how to program very well. So we'll have those 11 emotes. Some of them I will have available to followers, like hi, I think is a good one. That way you can kind of use some of our emotes without needing to sub. And maybe lurk. Yeah, if you aren't, following our stream, feel free to give us a follow to keep up to date with our development. You can join our Discord. You can get the link to that either below the stream or use !Discord in chat. You can also use !YouTube, or again, go below the stream for our YouTube channel where we post all of the VODs. Hopefully you can join one of us there. You can also follow us on Twitter to get up-to-date notifications of our new streams. And if you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much for watching the VODs. I know these are long. I know there's a lot of non-development stuff we talk about, but I hope that they're entertaining to some extent. And I will see you guys again on Monday. Tomorrow I'm off for some non-stream related, well, some stream related stuff, but I'm off tomorrow to not stream so that I can complete the things that we need to do for the stream. So yeah, take care, guys. Have a really nice Thanksgiving if you are from the US. Otherwise, have a really nice weekend. Stay safe and warm, hopefully. And yeah, see you guys Monday. Take care, and I love you. I really love you. You know, you may not be loved by other people, but you're loved here. Microraptor loves you. Okay, I'm out of here, guys. See ya.